Hi, hello everyone. Good morning.
Morning, Abhi.
Morning, Ram sir.
Good morning.
Okay, can everyone hear me? Just say yes. It will be a chaotic thing in the beginning, but we'll be fine.
Yes.
All right. So a couple of
We can't hear. We couldn't hear you then.
Vinay.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'll just set some primary starting points, and then we can start. Vinay, hi.
Yeah. Hi.
Yeah. So I just one sec, Vinay. Hi. I'll just
Yes.
set some couple of ground rules, and then we can start.
Yes. Sure. Okay.
I think there's an echo. I was talking over myself. Okay. Uh, yeah. So, first of all, thank you all for joining. This count is going up, and I'm pleasantly surprised that people are joining even online meetups with such gusto, the same way as regular meetups. So, can everyone mute yourself? I just realized it's not because of me. Okay. Um, So again, thank you for joining. So how we'll go is, see, well, first of all, this is a Flask workshop, and Vinay has graciously agreed to host it, and he's got a pretty good agenda ready for you. Saksham, and yeah, how we'll be going is we'll start with, like we'll start at the beginning. Like when I will talk about a couple of like how he started with his Flask journey, and then we'll start with the agenda. And I assume that it will be a 3.5 to 4 hour kind of workshop. Has everyone set up their repositories? Okay. Cool. Yeah, and for those of you who don't know, Bangpypers is a monthly, is a Bangalore chapter for Python users, and we actually have we've had a lot of meetups. So it was started in 2005, and like we've had a bunch of meetups since then, hosted by other volunteers and organizers, and now it's currently being managed by me. I think there's still an echo. Oh, yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay. It's currently being managed by me, Anirudh, and Ritesh. Yeah, and that's pretty much all I had to say. Okay, so Vinay, you can share your screen. So one more thing, I will be recording this, so it will be available for future reference as well. Also, we are live on YouTube right now. So if you want the link for that, I'll share it with you. And one last thing is that, if you have any doubts, you can either paste it on the group chat or wait for every half an hour intervals where we'll open it up to some doubts that you can ask for 5 minutes at a time, right? So that's how we'll go. Okay.
So should I start?
Yeah, Vinay, you can start sharing your screen. Just one more thing, is Ritesh and Anirudh here?
Yes, Avira.
Okay, all right. Excellent.
Okay, I'll start. All right. Hi everyone. So uh, I'm Vinay, and I'm about to take this Flask website. Some of you may know me from my
Can you be a bit louder, Vinay?
yeah. yeah. Oh, all right. I couldn't tell. So some of you already know me. So for the others who don't, I've been on in the Python scene for quite some time now. I've been
It's still very feeble, Vinay.
still very low, is it?
Yes, please.
How about now? Wait, isn't there an option to amplify the volume in this thing? All right. 1 second.
Not audible, Vinay.
Um,
How about now? Is it
yeah.
better? All right. That's it. Okay. So some of you may know me from my talk at Python and at Bangpypers before. Uh, I have been a speaker at Python India this year, and I've also been meddling a lot with Python and MicroPython scene for quite some time. So I'll dive right in. I hope everybody has already cloned this repository. Please use Git rather than downloading the zip file if you can, because I'll be using a few good features for the entire workshop.
Vinay,
Can I-
background noise.
That isn't on my end. I don't know how that is. Even I'm
And can
hearing
you
a
use
lot.
your laptop mic?
Please, huh? 1 second. How is it now? Is there still a lot of background noise?
Yeah, that's correct. Somehow, whenever you speak, there is a lot of the mic seems to be picking up background noise. I request other participants to mute themselves. I see a few of the participants unmuted. Please mute your mic so that I can speak.
We are looking for another mic. 1 second.
Yeah, can you speak now, Vinay? Just try.
How is this?
Say something more. What? Yeah.
How about now?
Yep.
Okay, this seems better then. Fine. All right.
Finally.
Yeah. Now there seems to be some weird problem with the mic. Sorry. So I'll dive right in. I hope everybody has cloned the repository because I'm going to be using a lot of Git features throughout this throughout this workshop. So my journey with Flask actually began when I was building. I used to build a lot of desktop applications with Python before. I was using PyQt for those who are familiar with it. It's just a small. It's just a application. It's just a framework atop which you can build uh, desktop apps. But I realized slowly that Flask and a web app would be a better way to go, given the different platforms that we are building things for. So I moved on to Flask. No real reason as such between why I picked Flask over Django. I sort of stuck with Flask, and here I am. So before I even begin this tutorial, I would like to take about 10 to 15 minutes explaining a small feature in Python called decorators. So 1 second. I'll be using VS Code for this entire workshop, and if you see anything that you see any feature in VS Code that you think I'm using well, you can always reach out to me on Twitter, and I can tell you how I did that. So to start things off, this repository uses a lot of tags. So you should, so you as you can see, there are tags for there are several tags. Each of this number corresponds to something within the agenda. So if you say 0.1, 0.1 is just the initial setup. 0.1.1 corresponds to this one. So it is 1.1. Then you have 1.2, similarly, so on and so forth. Some of these may not have a Git tag. That just means there is no changes in Git corresponding to this. It just might be something that I am showing you or I am teaching over the screen. All right. So let's dive right in. I'm going to switch over to 0.1. All right, because the branch which you're seeing right now, it will have a lot of files, and you're not expected to know any of this right now. So do not be worried. You'll see all these files. You're not supposed to be worried about any of this. All right. So I will switch over to V 0.1. All right. So if you look at V 0.1, you will see that the files here are very different. There are only few files here. There are only few files here, and there is not much to go on. Just the README, which tells you how to clone the repository, how to create a virtual environment, and how to activate it, and how to install the requirements. So I'll switch over to v1.1.1. All right. Now I'd like to take a moment to explain what decorators are. So a decorator is nothing really, nothing fancy as such. In Python, if you run this, to run this example, all you need to do is type Python decorators.py. So it keeps going you through this, and it keeps asking you to hit enter or whatever during continue. All right. So look at this function. You have a simple function which adds two numbers, and you print some output, whatever it does. 3 plus 5, you get 8. All right. Now, if you continue through this, you get another function. I wrote another function. Add 3 numbers. The difference here is you can write functions within functions. They're nothing fancy. It's just that inside this function, you have a second function called inside underscore add, which you can use. Do not be too bothered about what I'm doing with these functions. Just know that it is allowed to be to define a function within a function.
When I can increase the font, please.
Huh?
Can you increase the font?
Oh, increase the font. Sorry. All right. 1 second.
Also, the README file can possibly be closed. It's taking.
Yeah. I'll close the README. Yeah. I'll do that. All right. Is that fine?
I think it should be fine. Can someone ping on the
Fine.
All right. The terminal is also fine. Hello.
The terminal can be slightly bigger as well.
I think my screen just crashed.
We can still see it.
Something. You can still see it. Can you see my mouse move?
No.
No. Yeah. My screen crashed. Give me 2 minutes. I'll rejoin this call.
Okay. By the way, if at any point any of you feel that he is going too fast, please ping on the chat, and we'll let you know. He hasn't come back yet.
Hello?
Hey, Vinay, welcome back.
Yeah, my laptop just rebooted for some reason.
Pretty
Can
fast
you?
reboot.
Yeah, I'm audible again, right?
Yes.
I'm turning off the video. Seems to be causing some problems. All right.
That is the problem.
So is my screen visible now properly?
Yes.
All right, great. Just one moment. Let me just. I will just keep the chat open. Ha, great. So where was I? Like I was saying, within a function, you can define a function. Many programming languages allow this. This is pretty standard. But sometimes when you're new to programming, this does not seem like it is that obvious. All right. So as I was saying, you have Python decorators.py. You go through this. I ran this function and I got this output. All right. See, I'm calling this function inside this function. If I try doing this outside, it'll give me an error. You can try that out on your computers. All right. Now let's see what a decorator is. Let's say I have a function that says hi. It just prints hi. All right. I run it. It prints hi. Now I want to do it twice. Easy. I just run it twice. But sometimes what happens is you want to do this every time you call the function. That's very easy. Just modify the function. Modify the function. Say hi twice. Print hi twice. And if you, yeah, this is the first one. So look at this. What happens when you try repeating yourself is sometimes you make mistakes like this. You meant to say hi, instead you said hi, comma, and that showed up. This is exactly the kind of reason you should not be doing this. So let's say you write a function. Do twice is a function that takes a function and just runs the function twice, whatever function it is. So this is cleaner. I have a function do twice. I passed it say hi. It took the function say hi. It ran it twice. All right. Now let's say I have a function that types out v. Again, I say do twice. It did it twice. Very nice. So if you keep continuing like this, what happens is if you had to do this for every function, if you had to keep repeating yourself, even if you use a loop, it's not that clever. It is just more repetition. And it's a very ugly way of using this thing. It gets the job done. Don't never mistake that, but still not Pythonic enough. So we can do better. Let's say we can write a function called do twice, which takes a function. Within this function, we write a second function, which is called wrapper do twice. Inside wrapper do twice, what happens is the function f from the outside scope is called within it, and it is run twice. If this is too complicated, that is fine. Do not be worried. You do not need to understand all of this to be able to appreciate Flask. There is a very simple reason why I'm showing you this. So now what happens is you're able to use this do twice, unlike this. You don't need to call it like a function. Instead, you just decorate any function you want with this so that this entire function, what happens is this entire function is sent to this function. It is modified and returned back. If you say now, if I try yay, it prints yay twice naturally. And look at this now. It is similar to doing this. You could also say instead, if you don't like this syntax, if you think this syntax is too ugly and you are not unable to get used to it, it is the same as doing this. You're saying say underscore yay is equal to do underscore twice of say underscore yay. All you get, easily you get a function which has the same name as the previous function. You can do that in Python. Variable reassignment is allowed. Then all it does is it sends it inside this. This function goes here, runs twice, but the function that runs it twice is returned. It's a bit complicated. Do not worry too much. All right. But the benefit of doing it like this over this syntax is something like this. You can chain decorators together. You can chain decorators together in such a way that you can say do twice, And this thing runs 4 times, as you can see the output here. All right. That's all about decorators that I'm going to cover. For more, you have a very good article here. It's on Real Python. This is where I took most of this from there, but this is an excellent primer that everybody should go through, spend some time, because this is a very tricky interview question that you usually get. All right. The reason why we even touched upon decorators is because Flask loves decorators. The way this is a Flask application. If you go to the Flask website, you will see this. You will see a basic Flask example that you can run, and it has this syntax. Like on line 10, it has this fancy syntax which just says @app.route of / and a function called index, and then you just return some string called hello world. The problem with this is, if you just come to this, when I first learned Flask, I did not know anything about decorators. I just used to use this blindly, and if you're able to, that is well and good, you should. But if you learn what this is, you'll start seeing a lot of, how should I say this? You'll start seeing a lot of benefits. You'll start understanding more and you'll become a power user. But for this workshop, all you need to know is that this @ symbol is a decorator. You can take this decorator, add it to a function, and it does something for you. You do not need to be too bothered about what something is, and you will see. So let me show you. The way you run this Flask app in the beginning. All right, every stage I'm going to change how I'm running the Flask app. I want people to be a little careful. What you can do is you can go to the README. You can go to the README every time it keeps updating. And here there is something that says running the application. Where is this? Yeah, running the application. All right. In this version, in this tag, you can just say Python app.py. All right. Later, I'll be changing how I'm running this application. Now, Python app.py. The moment you say this happens. Flask outputs a lot of text that looks, you'll get this warning. You do not need to be too concerned about this right now. It says it is running on this link. You can just press Control and click this to open it. Instead, I'm going to open a browser and open it the normal way, the hard way rather. See, I just came to localhost 5000 and it said hello world. For people who are used to HTML, you can actually come here and click view page source. You will see that the only thing in the source is hello world. There is nothing else. The first rule of Python and the spirit of Flask is exactly this. Explicit is better than implicit. It'll only give you what you asked for, nothing more, nothing less. I returned HTML, I returned hello world, it shows me hello world. All right. Great. Now, great. So now I'm going to go to the second tag. All right. Now here, if you look at it, app.py has changed a little. What I'm doing now is, oh, by the way, if I'm going too slow, or if I'm going too fast, please let me know in the chat. I will slow down. So what am I doing now? All I did, if you look at this, all I did was, before I had just returned hello world here. Instead now, I have this. This, if you're not used to it, is a multi-line string in Python. Over here, all I did was I entered a bit of HTML, a very basic HTML page. I have a title, I have a body. In this body, I have hello world, and I have some lorem ipsum. All right, let me run this. Python app.py. Right. Now, this changed instantly. Look at what happened. I got a nice heading and I got some text. If you look at the page source now, it gives you what I put in, and not just that. Notice something interesting. It also gives in all the indentation that I had in my string. I had all this white space. It puts in all this white space exactly as it is. It did not clean it up. It did nothing. All right. Now, if you get errors while doing this, some of the errors that you could get was it could say that Flask is not installed or something. That means you did not follow the instructions and you did not, or something did not get installed properly. Remember, if when in doubt, just run this command. Pip install all the requirements in requirements.txt if it says something is not found. All right. Now back to my application. Let's go through this. What am I doing first? From the Flask module, I'm importing the Flask object, the Flask class. The Flask class is a very useful wrapper. Look at what it offers. It gives you an import name. You do not need to be bothered too much about this. And it gives you a bunch of defaults. I will explain what most of these are at a later stage. All right. All you need to do is say double underscore, capital F Flask, by the way, uppercase Flask, double underscore, name, double underscore. This double underscore pattern in Python is called dunder. All right. So now what am I doing? I'm taking this application object. This application object has a method. It has an internal function called route. This route is a bunch of rules. I say, so what I'm saying here is, I'm saying that for the default route, for /, all I want to do is I want to define a function called index. And this returns something. It returns whenever somebody goes to this web page, whenever someone asks for localhost 5000 and just a /, nothing else. Oh, I've exited my application. That's why it's, see, so this is another problem. If you get this means your app is not running. Right. So when I ask for it, it will return this. And the browser knows how to render this since it's plain text HTML. All right. Now, if your script, if this line was not there, if this line was not there, see what happens. Your Flask app exits instantly. It does nothing. It created the application, it added an index route, and it stopped. There's nothing more. Why did it stop? Because you did not ask it to run. So we say app.run debug, and you just enable debug. Don't worry about all of this right now. Now if you say Python app.py, and you go here and refresh your application, it starts working. All right. Now, let's go to the next tag. At any point of time, if you want to look at what tags are available, you type git tag -l -n9. N9 also gives you the description of the tag. So it tells you what it is. You can forward and rewind again. So now I'm going to version 0.1.3. All right. Now look at this. So in my previous example, what did I do? In my previous example, I added a bunch of HTML here. And I told you, so Flask also puts in all the indentation that I had. The HTML looked ugly. It didn't look, well, it was a little difficult to read. And putting it inside a string does not give you the nice color coding that VS Code usually gives you, or any editor for that matter. So instead, what I am going to do now is, look at the import statement now. It has changed. I said from Flask, import uppercase Flask and render underscore template. Render underscore template is a very nice function that does something for you. Now let's look at what all files I have in my current repository. Ignore this for now. So I have the templates folder. The templates folder has a file called home.html. Whatever I had in my string, I just went here
I pasted it there. Just the same thing, you should get the exact same output you got from the previous tag. So now when you look back at this, look at what it is asking for. What happened? Thanks for annotating, by the way. So you will see the instance folder, templates folder. In the templates folder, you have the home.html. So this Flask knows where to get the templates. Remember, I said Flask has some nice options here. One of these options is template underscore folder is equal to templates. This is why I've named my folder templates. And this is also why the icon changed. VS Code and all your editors know that these are standard names that you give for folders, config or templates or whatever. So now you have a templates folder and you have a home.html. Let me run this. Remember, the output should not change. The this output should not change. And more importantly, the only thing in this output that changed is the lorem ipsum text. I added some more, that's all. All right. Now I'm going to the next one. What do you do when you want to add a second page? Oh, by the way, after version 1.5, I'm going to wait for questions, so you can ask your questions there. So at 1.4, I want to add a new page. I come here, I look at app.py. Look at this. This said, I told you that this was the index route. This is the home page. Now I want to add an about page. So I said at app.route /. Your routes always start with a / and an about. You just say about, and that's it. And then you give a function which has to be rendered. Now this function again returns a render template about.html, and in about.html, what do I have? I have similar content. I have an about page, and just I have some small one paragraph, one line. Let me run this. All right. Now I added a link. So I also modified the home.html, and I added a nice link to the about page. All right. So back to my app. If I click the about page, it leads me to /about, and I get this page. I don't have a button here to go back to the page, but of course you can click the back button. But now I want you to take a moment to look at this. See what you're getting. This is the Flask log. This log tells you a lot of things. It tells you that someone asked for some page. They asked for something at this time. At this time, someone from this IP address on your laptop, this means your local host. This means your laptop is raising the question, is raising the request. So I have two requests. One request was for /, one request was for about. And I got this. And I have some other information, what HTTP protocol and what response code. You do not need to be bothered with any of these things for now. You will learn all of these in due time when you're making Flask apps or web apps. All right. Now, remember that we had a lot of repetition in about.html and we had a lot of repetition in home.html. You do not need to do this. So Flask allows you to do something called templating. That's why this function is called render template. It is not called render file. It does not just read this file and display it to you. Instead, what Flask does is it reads the contents of the file. It allows you to have special commands within the file, and then it uses the commands to give you a HTML page. Now, whatever I did should not have changed the entire file. So I'll try it again. Python app.py. I come back. I say refresh. There is no change at all. I go to about page. There is no change at all. I come here. I've asked for about twice because I refreshed the page once, and you can see that the requests are all the same. Nothing has changed. But what is different? What the thing that is different is I've created a new file called base.html. So the base file is now using a special syntax called Jinja. This thing is called, it has a name in every language. Django likes to just call it Django templates. Rails has its own format, but everything usually follows this syntax. It follows the curly brace, percentage, you say there is a block, and you end it. And then you end the block. What this does is, this is a base file. This file is never really used off the bat. Instead, what we do is we use this file as a template. We say just use this everywhere. So how that works is, look at your about page now. Your about page says, I am extending the base.html file. What that means is the render template function, the Flask render template function will come to home.html. It will open home.html. It will look at line number 1. It says it is extending something. So all right, immediately before even looking at this, it goes to the base.html. It takes this entire content, copies this over, comes to home.html, removes this, pastes this here. Now it sees that there is a block content. Now here there is an override for this block content. What this does is it copies whatever is inside this from here to here. It just pastes over this, takes this, deletes that. That's it. That's all it does. You come back to the same file you had before, and it does the same thing for the about file as well. Again, copies over base.html, replaces whatever is in the block content with the content that is available here. If you've ever done any Node.js, Node.js calls this, and there is a framework for Node.js called Mustache. It does the same thing. All right. So the benefit of using, why should you use templates? For a small application like this, it does not make much of a difference. You're saying I can just easily copy this over several times, but sometimes you might have several thousand files, and it is always easy to change everything right from the base file and just copy portions of it over. If you look at complicated Flask apps, what happens is you will also have templates which inherit other templates. When I say inherit, it means copy over. It copies it over and overwrites. So you will have templates which get other templates, modify them, and then become a template in itself. You can do all sorts of insane stuff in this app with the render template function. So this render template function comes from a module which is attached to Flask, but you do not need to use Flask to use it. It is called Jinja. You can use it in several places. Let's say you have a settings file for some weird office application that you need to use. You need to create a settings file which has a specific syntax. You can always use Jinja to do that. You should look at the Jinja. If you go to Google and search for Jinja, you will get the official documentation for it. And this is a very, very nice tool to have at your have in your pocket. You don't need to use this with a web application. Even though it says it is a web template engine, you can use it to generate an ASCII file, a text file, which has some weird format that you have to follow. All right. So all right, I'm at the end of the first point I had in my agenda. Abhinam?
Excellent. So
we can take few questions if people have questions and any feedback. I'm going too fast or something. This is what I covered.
With the minor setbacks we had in the initial, we've still managed to finish the first half hour of the workshop, and I think for me it's been pretty awesome. But if anyone else has any points regarding pacing, any doubts that you have, now is the time to ask, and please go ahead. You can type it on the chat box to avoid chaos. Yeah, so Saksham has.
Yeah, he's asking to explain a little more about Jinja.
Yeah.
Sure. So the reason I did not put too much Jinja into this, you will see more of Jinja a little bit later. All right, great. So Jinja, everybody has questions about Jinja. By the way, does someone know if I can remove this thing or move it?
I think there's.
Oh wait, I can move it. I can move it. Yeah, nice.
Move it.
Ah, great. So I'll use the Jinja documentations for this. So what Jinja is it is a bunch of it is just a bunch of commands. Suppose you have a text file. Let's say I'll create a text file now. Oh, sorry. So by the way, easiest way to use Jinja is go to VS Code, change language mode, type Jinja. If you don't have this, come to extensions, type Python, install this. All right, install that, and you can also install, you can type Jinja and install this, the first one. All right. So what Jinja allows you to do is, suppose you have a file like this. Let's say you want to print, you have something like this. Movie is equal to something, and rating. Simply, just for some fun, you want to type out a file like this. All right. Then you want to say 2 asterisks. Then you go to the next movie. Then you say some Batman movie, and then you say rating. All right. You want to do this. This is easy when it is 1 or 2 files. Let's say you have 1 million of these. You have 1 million of this syntax, and you want to type this again and again and again. Jinja allows you to do things like adding a loop. I'm not going to, by the way, I'm not going to use Jinja syntax here. Let's just say, let's invent our own templating language. Let's have a templating language which uses a hash. It uses a hash which says for each movie in movies. Okay. For each movie in movies, I'm saying use this thing. I'm saying put the word movie is equal to, and here I will say something like value. All right. Or title, a name. Okay. And then I say I want to add the rating is equal to rating. And then I want to say I want 2 asterisk marks. All right. Then I say next. Think of this like some pseudocode. Let's say I had some language which I invented. I call this template lang. So I'm calling this template lang. All right. Let's say I had a language which allows you to do this. And to run this, I would say all you need to do is say template and I say movies.json. Let's say I had a file called movies.json. And this movies.json had a bunch of movies and it had a bunch of ratings. Or even movies.excel, maybe. It could also be XLSX and some Excel file. I have the one moment. Apologies, I'm back. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, Vinay.
Yeah. So yeah, to add to the chat that is happening, Jinja is something like this. Somebody went ahead and realized that to make a web page, the best way to make a web pages are all text. No matter what we add to it, all a browser is getting is a bunch of text. What it does with the text, like look at this. All of this is just text. If you come here, select this fancy thing, click, come here and click inspect. In Chrome, you will see that it is all a bunch of text. Imagine writing all of this manually. Nobody would have, it becomes insane to write all of this manually. Nobody does all of these days. Usually somebody uses some kind of templating language. They would use, the PHP was one of the first things that actually did this. PHP allowed people to add a lot of templating and for loops and everything inside the HTML file directly, so that it would render this. Facebook, if you didn't know, was created in PHP. A lot of the stack still is running PHP, but now they moved on to React. So, all right. Can I move on? Is there any other question regarding something else besides Jinja? Don't worry, I'll show you the Jinja syntax for how to do this specific thing later. Okay.
Yeah. So Saksham has another question. Why are we adding it in flower braces?
I will be showing all of that, more of Jinja syntax later. I'll be showing all of that later. And, I can answer Avinash's question. Django versus Flask.
Come on, don't try to be as neutral as possible, Vinay.
No. Yeah. Abhiram is saying this because I hate Django. No. I'm joking actually. I've used Django. I would recommend Flask for newcomers. You can choose to use Django on your own terms. The reason why I choose Flask for newcomers is, do you see, if you go to the repository, that we made for Bangpypers, where is this thing? Yeah, if you go to the repository on GitHub, you will see something, you will see and look at master. Just look at master. You will see a bunch of these files. For a newcomer, try explaining where to start from. Where do you begin? What is the right place to read your code? A newcomer would not be able to ascertain where to read code. This becomes a very big problem, especially when teaching someone how a web application is structured. What Django does is, it does not give you freedom out of the box in how to structure your web app. Instead, it says, hey, this is the best way, do it. And oddly enough, I agree with Django. I actually agree with Django in that this is the kind of folder structure you should have. But I always say that you should know why you have that folder structure, because what will happen is one day something will go wrong and you will not know why you did it a particular way, why Django does it a particular way. Unless you know a lot about how Python does imports, unless you know how Python does everything, like how Python gets files, puts them into the current namespace and all of this, you will not be able to really tell how Django is doing things. You will learn in time. I'm not saying you will not. But if you do Flask first, you will learn some. I'll take you through the course of turning an entire Flask application into a Django application. So to answer the other question, yes, Flask can be used for production applications. It is not only for prototyping. I have built several Flask applications which are running every day. You would be surprised, actually. There are a lot of applications that you might know that are actually running Flask. So, and for CSS, by the way, for CSS, remember, CSS is also a text file. There is nothing stopping you from putting Jinja within a CSS file. It just becomes harder. It's not really recommended. What Abhiram is actually recommending is better. There is something called SCSS, which actually takes a bunch of rules. Let's say you have a CSS file, all right? You have a CSS file where you have a light theme. You want to turn it, you want to create a new CSS file with a dark theme. You want to regenerate the entire CSS file and get a dark theme. You can use SCSS for that. It is very, very powerful, and that is the right approach. However, you can do all of this in Jinja. There's nothing saying you can't. Like I showed you, you can generate a file which is millions and millions of lines long, looking as crazy as possible from a bunch of data points. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. All right, I'm going to move on to the next topic now.
Yep, let's move on, and we'll come back to the questions later.
Yes, I will come back to the questions later, especially regarding Jinja templates. I know you have a lot of questions. You will be seeing more of templates a little bit later. I'll be adding on more to this. Right now, all I've shown is templating inheritance. That's all. All right. Now I'm going to check out version 2.1, 0.2.1. All right. Yeah. Here, let's go back to app.py. I have my home page. I have my about page. Now I've added something else. I've added a search page. All right, I've added a search page, and here it gets this template. It gets this specific template, which adds the content block. It says search. It says you searched for, and in this syntax, it puts something. I'll explain what that is, and you have links again. All right. Now look at render template in the app.py file. If you look at render template here, read through this. So what am I saying? The moment it comes here, the moment I reach this point, I am within a Flask applications request. This is a request. What is a request? Anytime you go to a web page, you type a URL, you hit enter, a HTTP request is made. The default request in a web browser's address bar is the get method. You are trying to get something. You are trying to get this, whatever this is. GitHub chooses to return a HTML file for this response. So you are seeing this. You're seeing fancy HTML, you're seeing fancy colors, all of that. However, you could choose to return anything you want. Remember, our very first example, we were not even returning HTML. We were just returning a string which says hello world. All right. Now, I'll dive into this. When you reach this point, you're saying query is equal to request.args.get query. All right. What is request? Where did this come from? If you scroll up, you will see that I've expanded my import command. I've expanded my import command and I've added two new things. One is request, one is JSONify. Let's focus on request for now. What does request give us? When you are inside the body of a route, when you're inside the body of one of these, you're able to access the specific request that came through. If you remember, if you say Python app.py and you come here and you ask for this about page, you ask for the about page, and then you come here, you got this. This was a request. This request came from 127.0.0.1, which is localhost. It came at this date and time. What was the request type? It was get. It was asking you to get /about. And the protocol was HTTP 1.1. What response did we send back? 200. 200 means everything is okay here. I have some data for you. All right. So what did it send? It sent this. This is the payload it got. This is the response it got. That response, if you look at view page source, remember, was this HTML again. All right. Now let's go back here. If you go to /search, what happens there? If you just go to localhost /search, it said something. It said search. You searched for, there is a backtick and another backtick, and inside you put none. And you have a home button and a home link and an about link. Let's go back here. Where did it get? I did not. Let's look at the template. In the template, what do we have? On line 4, you searched for a backtick, and query. Now, back to the question of what is this curly brace for? Remember, I gave you a nice templating language. I gave you a templating language and I said, this is my language syntax. I chose to say whenever there is a command, put a hash. Whenever you want to put some text, put hyphens and put your text within this syntax. Now, Jinja and most templating languages follow this syntax. This entire syntax, because of the curly brace and how it looks like a mustache, is usually called mustache syntax. So this in Jinja, curly brace % means this is a block command. This is a block statement. Something is going to happen here, which is similar to a Python command, which is some specific subset of Python which exists only inside Jinja. All right. But if you use double curly brace, what that means is in this current, when you're running this file, try to find this variable. Let's see if such a variable exists. You could give it X, you could give it Y, you could give it whatever you want. You can name it anything. I just chose to say query. 1 minute. Yeah, I just chose to say query, and then I responded. I responded with something. But how did it get query? Where is query coming from? Back to app.py. If you go to app.py, look at this. To render template, you're able to give in. Look at this. The render template function takes a template name or a list of templates, and this syntax, ignore this syntax for now. It just takes context. What it just means is you can start giving a bunch of variables like this. You can say query is equal to query, x is equal to y, 10, 50, z is equal to 15, whatever you want. You can keep giving this. Whatever name you use here, not this name. Remember, this name could have been query 1 for all it cares. This name does not matter. Just make sure whatever name you use here, you use here. But this name, this is what the syntax is going to be able to use. Because I did this, the syntax said, fine, I have something that is called query. I'm going to use it. Now let's see what that is. How do I get query? What is a query in a URL? If you go to a URL, if you remember what, let's go back to my README actually. Yeah. All right. When you look at an URL, when you go to google.com, this is a full URL. All right. This is the address of the website. This tells me where I want to go. This portion, the portion that comes after this could be anything. This could be bing.com for all you care. But this portion that comes after it is called the route. The route tells your application. This tells your browser where to go, and this tells the application on the server what you want. So you're saying that is why in your original app.route, you had app.route /, and this meant give me just /, whatever I returned at /. That is why when you visit localhost :5000/, I'll tell you why you have the :5000 later. So when you visit that, your server is actually giving you whatever it finds at /. You added an about route. Now you're adding a search route. All right, you added a search route. However, you have something else. So you can pass data to a route because that's usually what happens. Let's say you go to facebook.com/your ID. Your ID is given to Facebook, and that ID, Facebook uses that ID to tell you who you are. So it renders your information that way. So you could theoretically, let's say you have an address like this. You have a name, you have a road, and you have some locality. In API terms, this could theoretically look like this. You could say / and you put the last one first, and then you say which road, and you say road number, and then you say who you want to deliver this to. Theoretically, this is not what APIs will look like. I'm just giving this to you as an example. And here, this, and this become identifiers. These things become identifiers to the API, which tell the application server that, hey, I have some information here for you. And when you're returning, I would like you to look at that information and give me relevant information. I don't want everybody's details. I just want the details which are available at that point. All right. Now, what is a query? A query, so this is the easiest way to pass data into an application, into a web application. Just put it in the URL and you're set. However, sometimes you don't want to put everything into the URL. Imagine you're trying to log into a web page, and if your password was fed into the URL. Now, look at this. The reason you should not be doing that is, do you see, if you visit this and look at the output, I see everything here. If your password was here, I would see it here, and my log files would have your password. So you should never do that. Instead, what some people would recommend is you have other ways of sending data. But the second way of sending data is again not secure. This is not again for passwords. But the most famous usage of this is Google. What Google does is when you search for something, it leads you to a search route. It puts a question mark after this, and it puts a Q is equal to how, and then it puts your entire string. It uses a plus to add spaces and says, okay, this is the question that I had. Google.com search, what is my question? Q is equal to this. So this, everything that comes after this question mark is a query. Queries do not need to be called query as a variable name. It is just it's just something I use. So this, again, this did not need to be query. So what this means is, this means I can go to my web page, come to my URL, type a question, and look at that. I can say query is equal to hello plus world. The moment, look at this, it says none right now. The moment I press enter, look at what happened here. It got whatever was here and dumped it here. How did it do that? Again, query is equal to request.args.get query. That means whatever is given the variable name query, where? Here. Google uses Q. I chose to use query to be a little more explicit. All right. Remember, this, and this are three different things. They don't need to be the same name. All right. So this variable is passed on to the render template function. The render template function comes to search.html. It comes to these two curly braces and dumps it there. It just removes this and puts the actual value. In our case, it puts hello world. If the value of query was none, none is the default when you use. So if you use Python at all, you'll know that there is a dictionary. You have a dictionary like this. When you have a is equal to this. So what happens? You can use a of some key to get the value. So you can do this even for request.args, but it is not safe, because if this was not in it, it would exit. You would have a server error here, and Flask would exit. Instead, what we recommend is a.get of key. What that means is there is a default value. By default, this is none. So that means if you say v is equal to this, if the dictionary A had a value for the key, or let's say name, instead of confusing you, if I say A of name is equal to something, in this case, the value of v would be this. Since if this is not here, the value of v would be none. All right. Now, that's why I'm using this syntax. This is just a dictionary, nothing else. Now, back to this. Look at this. So this is how, please read all the comments that I put in. They're for your sake. And go through the README. I'm skimming through the README, but this has a lot more. I explain a lot more here. All right. Now, back to if it wasn't clear, remember, without this question mark, nothing happens. This question mark marks that I'm about to give you a query. Look at something interesting. I can actually use this for this also. I can also use it for my home page. I can come to my home page and say query. It did nothing because in the template, I have not used such a variable. However, let's say I try to go to an index, try to go to a route which is not there. I just type my name here and it says not found. There is no such page here. The page doesn't exist. But a query is different. A query can happen for any page at any level. All right. Yes, if you want to use multiple queries, the easiest way is just use and q2 is equal to and say something, whatever.
There's a bit of feedback. When you switch between VS Code and localhost, give a pause.
Oh, okay. Is it too fast? Yeah, sorry. All right.
And I think at this point, this question is
answered. Yeah, I did, because we'll be using queries a lot.
Asks, searching with hello.
Yep.
Yeah.
Great.
Gurnath asks, searching with hello world didn't give any result.
Yes, that's because he didn't put question.
Is it expected?
No, it should. So search, this should have happened. Search, question, query is equal to hello plus world. All it does is it says you search for hello world. There is no result here. Did you get this? You can unmute yourself and answer if you want. This is what your answer should look like.
Check your command line argument properly. Check your
please check the tag. Please check the tag that you have checked out. Make sure that you are currently in this tag. Remember, correlate your tags with this thing. So I'm in 2.1, 0.2.1. I'll move on though. People can reach out to me afterwards on Twitter if they have any questions and if it's not working for them. Or you can always, there will be a comment section in the GitHub page. There is an issue section. Please raise it there and I can answer questions there. Easiest way. Everybody can use that later, not right now. So back to my application. I'm going back to my application, back to app.py. Now look at this. I added one more route. In this route, I'm going to return a dictionary. I'm going to return something called a JSON. A JSON is a JavaScript object notation value. So what does it give you? This gives you something that looks like a Python dictionary. It gives you something that looks like a Python dictionary. Ignore all of these comments for now and come down. Here I'm saying there is a response. Response is a dictionary. I just put some values here, name, place, animal, thing. Now I use the second thing I've imported, JSONify. I use the JSONify command, JSONify function, and I pass it this dictionary just like that. I just pass this dictionary and return it. Here I do not have any render template. I do not have any template for this route. What is this route? This route is JSON-example. Now that my application is running, let me go back to here and I say JSON-example. The moment I say this, I got this. I got some text here. If you look at the page source, it is just this. It has nothing. It looks like text. However, it is not text. It is something else. So I'm going to progress to the next part of this tutorial, which is to use some tools to debug things like this. One of the tools you have already installed when you set up this application. It is a command called HTTP. The library is called HTTP, but the command is called HTTP. So the way you use it is, I shouldn't use this. You come to your environment. You can open a new terminal if you want. You type HTTP and you say HTTP localhost :5000/JSON-example. You press enter. It should give you this output. This output is a HTTP response. If you're actually very interested, you can even try your homepage. Look at your homepage. Even this has some additional stuff. It has some stuff that the browser is not showing you. This is what a HTML response actually looks like. You have a bunch of headers, you have the status code, and you have the HTML. But nobody really looks at HTML this way, but they do look at this, the JSON return this way. In some places, you might have learned of a command called curl. So curl is very similar to this. I'm not showing curl in this workshop because HTTP is a lot easier to people than curl. It helps you use a lot of tricks easily out of the box. And it also has a nice bunch of colors that you can use. Now, if you don't like the command line, and that is OK, not many people do, I recommend people install a new tool called Postman. So Postman is an application that you can just search for. So it is at postman.com. Click download the app, and you should be able to install this. Click download, and you will get this download and install this application for your OS. I've already done that, so I'm going to show you how I use Postman. So Postman gives you all the power of HTTP, and it gives you the power of curl and any of those fancy tools. But the benefit of Postman is that you're not expected to know many command line tools. It looks prettier. Some people like Postman more than command line tools. So give it a moment. All right. So here, when you open Postman, all you will see is nothing. You just click create a request. In this request, you can type your URL. So remember, the default thing is get. Do not worry about all of these for now. So you type http://localhost JSON-example. Ignore all of these things for now and click send. If you click send, you will see these options. You will see pretty, raw, preview, and all of that. Just click on pretty is the default and look at the values here. You will see that it has returned something. It has returned something that looks like a dictionary, which has these values. This will be very useful later. This is not really how you use websites. However, this is how websites use APIs. The front end will be using APIs this way. Through JavaScript, people will be calling these APIs. They'll be getting this response, and they'll be doing something else with it. All right. Now, if you're unable to install Postman but would like to see some screenshots on what Postman would look like, you can always come to the GitHub page. In the GitHub page, you scroll down. There are some screenshots. There are one or two screenshots on how to use Postman. Just this thing. The Postman website is amazing. It has a lot of documentations and tutorials, and there are YouTube tutorials also on how to use Postman. Please go through that. All right. Now back to this. 1 second. Let me check what I have. Great. All right. Now I'm going to the 2.3.
I suppose this is the good time to do a pace check. Is everyone still comfortable with the pace? I don't mean very technically comfortable, just followable for future reference as well. All right, great. Okay.
Rather, I think it'll be easier if anyone thinks I'm going too fast, just message that I'm going too fast. That might actually be better.
That is right.
Because we are seeing a lot of.
I know. I'm just asking for the answer in the question. That is wrong.
Yep. All right. So if you look at Postman, you would have noticed that it has a bunch of these. What are all of these things? So remember, when I said now is actually a good time to use HTTP again. Python app.py. Oh wait,
also,
sorry. Yeah.
Just a quick note. Please note that he's mentioning HTTP. It's different from the protocol HTTP. So HTTP is a library.
This tool. Yes, it's a library that you have installed because you did pip install requirements. So HTTP is easy for this one more reason. So look at this. I am making this query. I have a query which I'm making. And I want to know what is happening when I send this query. I can just say HTTP, give the URL. Let's not even use JSON example. Let's just use the home page. And I say offline. Oh, wait, 1 second. I think weird. Oh, thanks. This is what happens when you rely on autocomplete too much. See this. What this tells you is this command tells you what you're asking for. So when your browser is asking for a route, when I'm asking for localhost :5000 / I'm sending this. This is what a request looks like. The previous thing that you have been seeing is what a response looks like. If you remove offline, this was the response. However, this is the request. This request says get something. get / HTTP colon 1.1. And all of these are some other headers that you don't need to be too bothered with. If you look at this side, if you look at the application side, you will see that it has gotten my request. I asked for get / this thing, same as I've shown you before. Right. The reason I'm showing you this is you might be wondering what all of these are. So these are different kinds of responses. And by default, when you say app.route of something, it is a get request. Always. It does not support post. It does not support put. What happens if we ask for those? And how do we ask for those? In HTTP, if you just say this, if you give a URL, it is a get request. Or you can type the word get. That is optional. Now let's type the word post. Let's see what happens. Look at this. It's instantly said. Let's see what the post request looks like. The post request is, the only difference is the word post. That's it, nothing else. So when I post and ask for something, it instantly gives me this response. It says 405, method not allowed. And you're not allowed to do this. What is allowed? Options, head, and get. Ignore these two. You don't need to know all of these for now. What is the content length? All of this is different. And what is the server running? All of this is metadata information that it is giving you. And it is giving you this HTML. Where did this HTML come from? I did not type any of this. This HTML is because Flask does it itself. Now, if you go to the web page, oh, apologies. You cannot go to the web page in a post. Remember, this does not allow you to send post. You cannot send a post here. So how do you send a post? Go to Postman, type post, any URL you chose, type this, click send. Look at that. You see this here. Click raw, click preview. In preview, you got this. Looks nice. All right. Now, how do you implement a post request? Go to app.py. Look at this. I have a new method. I have a new route. This route says / post-example. And I've added something new here. I've said methods is equal to post. This is Flask's way of saying this is what all I will allow. By default, what was it? By default, it was allowing you to access get and two other things. All right. So if you don't specify anything, see here, I have not specified anything here. This is the same as this. Here, I've specified get. I've said you can get something. Here, I've said just use the default. So it is as good as removing this. I don't need this, to be honest. It's just showing you that you can use this. So I am back to my post method. I'm here. Now, the moment it comes here, it returns something. It's the same thing as this, by the way. It has a response. I'm adding non-string values just to show you what they will look like. I'm adding a Boolean, an integer, a none value, and a string. All right. Now, let's try accessing this. So you come to Postman. You type the URL, post-example. Click, if it said get, select post, click send. Look at that, you got something. You got the same thing you returned. However, there are some changes. Let's copy this and compare side by side. This was what you sent. This is what you got. What is the difference? The order is clearly different. It has a different order. That does not matter to us. Look at this null. Null value, it says null. Here it says none. And these two are exactly similar. However, success, the true was uppercase T here. It has a lowercase. The reason for these differences is this is what JavaScript looks like. This is the same thing in Python. In Python, null is none. Small true is capital T true. All right. This is a post command. Now, back to, let's see what I have next.
One more thing, Vinay.
Yep.
And everyone. Even though this is an online thing, doesn't mean people don't need a break. So at 12:15, I intend to have a break for around 10 minutes. Is that fine with everyone? 12:15 is fine, 15 more minutes.
Actually, you can take a break now. Or do you want me to show you? I'm at the end of section 2. Actually, wait, I will show you one more thing. I'll just show you one more thing. Section 3 only has 1 point.
All right. Yeah. So after this, we will take a small break and we will come back.
Yeah. Section 3 is mainly for VS Code debugging. So I can show you how to debug a Flask application in VS Code. You do not need to learn this. Full honest admission, I learned this only 2 weeks ago. I did not use any editor for debugging. I have always been a terminal guy. I've never used an editor for debugging, but however, after using it once, I felt it was so addictive that I love using it. So I'll just show you how to do that. Check out 3.1, 0.3.1. Look at the README. In the README, there is a section on debugging with VS Code. So by all means, I'm no expert in this. Remember, I learned this a week ago. But what I mean is, if you look at this section, it's just a link. It's just a link to the VS Code official documentations and how to run the debugger. But I'll show you an easy way of doing it. All you need to do is first press Ctrl-Shift-P or Command-Shift-P. You get this menu. You can say debugger. You can say debug. Or you will have this icon here at the side. If you have an older version of VS Code, please update it and ensure you've installed the Python extension. And then restart this thing, restart VS Code. The default Microsoft Python extension. I can't believe I'm recommending a Microsoft thing, by the way. VS Code is from Microsoft. So the debugger. How do you do a debugger? When you open this, you will not have any of this. You will have this gear icon, or you will have a big button here saying, let's debug. Click that or click this. What it allows you to do is it allows you to create this file. It allows you to make this file. It puts most of this file itself. The way I'll show you, I'll just delete this file and remake it for you. So if you click here, there is nothing. It just says run and debug. Click the link that says create a launch.json file. Click that. Here, it asks you for several things. First, if it says anything other than Python, type Python, select that, and here, search for Flask. Click that. And that's it. You have this file. What it does is here, in the .es code folder, it creates a file called launch.json. What does this do? What does this allow you to do? It's something very interesting. Now, if your application is running, close it. All right, close it. We will not run the application for like this for now. Instead, come here. Come to the debugger. That's where my mouse is, by the way, if you are unable to see it. And click on this green, this start debugging icon. All right. Not on. So when you're typing code, you might see this button, not this. Don't press this. Yesterday, while I was doing this tutorial, I kept pressing this this several times by mistake, and I was wondering what I was doing. It is this. In the debug tab, this nice green button over here, click that. What does it do? It outputs something for you and gives you, okay, by the way, I should remove all of this. This is empty usually. Usually it is empty. So just come here. Now let's say I'm here. I'm back to my application. Let's say I try using some page that does not exist. Some page like this. and I come to the VS Code debugger. There is nothing here. It had no error. Now let's say I have an error. I will introduce an error. In the home page, I will just say print yay. Not in string, remember, just print yay. And I will click this icon, restart. Control Shift 5 or Command Shift F5. So it restarted. Now I'm here. I'm back in my home. I'll go to my home page now. It says internal server error. How do I know what happened? Come here. Again. Oh, by the way, wait a second. Make sure you clicked raised exceptions. Come back here. Come here. Refresh the home page. Now look at this. Instantly tells you that this is the line where you had an error. And it instantly tells you A is not defined. Remember, you do not need this. You do not need a debugger. I have survived for 7 years of coding Flask without this. The reason is, anytime you get an error, you're always supposed to read it bottom to top in Python. Any exception that you get, read it from bottom to top. The way you read it is, you come here, you realize that it has said name error. A is not defined. Where has this happened? Some line which says print A. Where is this some line? It says file. Here, app.py, line 16. In an editor like VS Code, you can just control click here and it'll land you at that line. And you can fix that line. That's it. If this does not make sense to you, if you think the error is not here, go up one level. Go to this file, this file, this file. All right. The benefit, what is the benefit of using this? Let's say I'm in this. Do one thing. During the break, I will answer that question, Avik. The question that you have, I will answer that question during the break. I'll tell you why we use Disonify. All right. So back to this. Please pay attention, because if you're using VS Code, this becomes really, really powerful. Let's say, remember, I said you have something called request.query. I'm here. OK, I'm in this line. Let's stop debugging for a second. I'm stopping debugging. This, now you will see what this red dot means. This red dot means add a breakpoint. Over here, add a breakpoint. And here, I will run my debugger again. So it is running it. I'm back at my debugger. Instantly. Oh, wait. 1 second. Let's say print hello. And then A is equal to 10. Okay. I am at this line. I'm putting. Usually, this is how you debug Python. You learn how to debug this way. This is how I learned how to debug Python. I used to add print statements everywhere. I had a value here. I wanted to know what the value was, so I would print it here. Instead, I'm putting a red dot on this line. What does that mean? I come to debug, click on the debug line, and once this starts, I go to my web page, click refresh. Instantly, VS Code jumps. It has printed hello, by the way, if you can see that. It has printed the word hello, but here I can look at this. This popped up from nowhere. It said something called variables. What is variables? It says A is equal to 10. I didn't even need this. It said A is equal to 10. I have some globals. And in globals, I have a lot of other stuff. You can minimize all of this stuff. So I have a lot of other stuff. Look at this. I have a request object. Where did this request come from? This globals means everything, whatever are all the global variables. App is this thing. On line 7, this is a global variable. I have app. Now, all these, so this, line A, line 7, app. I said app. If you want to look at what is inside a app, you can expand this. You can start seeing a lot of things. It says debug is equal to false. What is the environment development? I have a lot of other stuff. What is the name? It is app. Where did it get this? here. It got this value here because this is, look at this again, on my, it says app here. So you get a lot of powerful stuff here, but that is not all. That is not all at all. Instead, you can even add something. Let's say you're debugging an application and you just want to watch a variable. You type A, look at that. Every time I call my application, it just puts in this here. If A does not exist, it just says this is undefined. I don't know what A is. I can add something else. Let's add request. Look at that. It says request. Let's say instead of request, I'm saying request dot query. Remember that? It has no, this thing called no attribute called query. It did not have a query parameter. Sorry, not request dot query. Yeah, it did not exist. That's why it said that. Request dot args. Look at that. When I say request dot args, it says immutable multi-dictionary. It has some special variables and it has a length of 0. There's nothing in it. Why is there nothing in it? That is because, I'm restarting my app by the way. That is because when you come here, I did not give a query. Now let's see. All of you people who had questions regarding queries, this is the time you see them. You see question mark query is equal to hello plus world. What happens to that? Come here. Instantly look at this. It says there is an immutable dictionary. It has a value of query. It has a key of query, which has a value of hello world. Now let's add a second variable to this. I'm saying and some, I'm going to add my name here. I'm going to say this. And look at that. I say all of this. It got all of this here. All I had to do was watch request.args. I don't even need to look at variables. I'm watching a variable here. Imagine here it might not seem very important, very important to you. But let's say I had something like this. I had some random factor. I cannot guess what function this is, or what value A has. Random.random will give me a number from 0 to 1. It will be a random number. I have to do print every time. Instead, how about I do this? I restart my application. I come here. I go to Chrome. I search for this. I go here and look at that. It told me that the value of A it got is this, 0.21. And remember something interesting. This is still waiting. The web page is still waiting. Why is it waiting? Because you're debugging. Your code has paused here. You can continue. You can press this. And then you get the response. All right. The VS Code debugger is really powerful. You should spend time with the documentations and documentation and play with it yourself if you use VS Code. If you use PyCharm, PyCharm has a great debugger also. I'm sure Sublime does as well. Atom also does. So most of the major editors that you have these days have such features. So I'm going to stop here for now. We can we can take a break. People can ask questions, anything. I'm not breaking for lunch. I'll be right here if people want to ask me questions. Abhiram?
Yeah. So from now
What
it's
do we want to do?
12:10, and we have a logical break in the course as well. So from 12:10 to 12:20, we'll have a break. Please come back at 12:20. I don't know if you'll be allowed back if you leave the meetup. So you can stay on and maybe mute yourself and minimize the window and take a break and come back. Yeah, in the meantime, if you don't want to take a break, you can ask questions here, type them out. I'll be here. Vinay will be here.
By the way, Vim also has an amazing debugger. It's called the terminal.
So I was just thinking about the good old times when we had, this thing, right? Turbo C and all. In school time.
Oh God,
right? So
Turbo C. Okay, Madhu has a nice question. I have not seen this, Madhu. What is this? This is a long palindrome indices. It says OpenAI and Microsoft can generate Python code. Dude, I want my job, okay? I'm still learning Rust. Let me learn Rust and then people can generate Python code. But no. More seriously, I have not seen this before. But who knows? I actually hope code generators become plugins. By the way, you can use Jinja to generate Python files. Did you know that? So at my company, we wrote an internal tool. Actually, an intern wrote it for us last year. So what that tool does is it provides. Actually, wait, I'll show it to you. Not the tool we made. How many of you have heard of a tool called Cookie Cutter? Cookie Cutter is one of the most amazing things that you will find. What Cookie Cutter allows you to do is it allows you to generate folders. Let's say at the end of this entire workshop, you will see that I have a fairly complicated folder structure for my Flask apps that I follow. This is something I have gained from reading several blogs and books on Flask, and I figured this is what works for me. And I use it several times. I use the same folder structure many times. I'm fairly fast with the terminal, so I am comfortable with making all the files myself. But sometimes what happens is it becomes really annoying. It would be easier to just generate these folders. Let's say you wanted to generate a bunch of folders. Cookie Cutter is that tool. So Cookie Cutter uses Jinja. It uses Jinja internally. And what it does is when you run Cookie Cutter, you can actually give it some metadata. You can give it metadata saying, this is my name, this is my URL, this is my project name, this is my repo, this is yada, yada, yada. You can say all of that, and it will generate a nice folder structure for you. It will generate an awesome folder structure for you with all of these files. Cookie Cutter's uh, functions are written in Jinja. So what we did was we took Jinja, we took this concept, took it a little extra. What we did was we have wrapped this to generate Python files for ourselves. Not just the starting files that Cookie Cutter gives you, but even deployment files. We write make files, we write build files, we write CI/CD files like our Jenkins file. All of this through Jinja and through Cookie Cutter. We even do it for Java, by the way, not just for Python. Our tool supports Java, it supports everything. So it's a very nice tool. Cookie Cutter is a very amazing tool. I have known a mechanical engineer who had nothing to do with programming. He had to create an input file, sort of like what I showed you with the movies thing. He had a very strange, so if you remember any matrix algebra, what it does is it shows you a lot of, what do I say? It has a lot of matrix algebra and just random matrices. If you remember how mathematics was, you'll have, and it is like an array of, it's like a two-dimensional array. You will have X, Y, Z, and then you'll have columns and rows. So he used Jinja to generate such files, and those files even went to millions and millions of lines. They had to write these manually, but Jinja could do them within seconds. So really amazing thing. Yes, there is no difference between, I am the last person who should be talking about editors. I keep telling people either use VS Code or Vim. However, there is no difference. One of my closest friends uses Emacs. He loves it. He's a Python core developer. So yeah, there is no difference. Just make sure you use an editor which gives you similar tools, especially because you should not be slowing yourself down. What is the point of a production? What is the point of your tool if it is not speeding you up?
So yeah, I also come from a time when we did not use IDEs at all.
Yes.
Like
raise your hand if you remember Turbo C.
Oh yeah, Turbo C. Yeah, I used to use Vim for this. So that's how you learn, I think, because you're not
Yes.
crippled by all of these handicaps. Like things
Yes.
like features that PyCharm and Visual Code give you, they are very good for programming once you know what to do. Right. So
Yes.
I would strongly suggest that if you're a newbie, you should like go with the Notepad or Vim route and try to learn it before you come to all of these IDEs. Yeah, I mean, Turbo C, the reason I mentioned it is it had the most primitive piece of UI, but it had like a watch list and a brilliant debugger. Okay. I mean, Saket, I
I've
think
never used the debugger. If you think
it
anything
was
that the
beautiful, man. Like
lecturers gave me,
you could step into the stack, and it was actually beautiful for once you did microprocessor programming, right? There was something called TDB, I think, or MASM, sorry, MASM and TASM.
Mhm.
Or Am I right with TAS turbo?
I have no clue what you're talking about, dude. So somebody can pitch in. MASM, it seems.
MASM is from Microsoft. TASM is one more. Yeah. So
the reason I brought up the screenshot is a lot of people do not know this. You can write applications that look like Turbo C even today, and it is amazing actually. It's called ncurses. Python has this built in, but there are some other libraries that you can use. You can actually make terminal command line to terminal UIs, TUIs, using ncurses and assemble your own editor or whatever you want. It's actually fun. You should try doing this sometime. There is, I'm sure, like none of a, who knows, you might make the next Emacs. You might actually have someone who's yelling at his intern for using Vim and not using your editor. I will share my Z shell config and VS Code. My VS Code config is nothing fancy really. It is just that I've added some few tweaks with the, like if you use VS Code for a very long time, you will know that it has this settings file. It has this settings view, which allows you to do a lot. However, the reason I prefer these editors is because of this. It has a settings.json file, which is really, really nice, and you can tweak your UI. This red underneath this thing is not normal. So it was really, really annoying me that it was not visible, that it was like, I wouldn't know which tab was open or whatever. Right now you're seeing this at a very high zoom, but when you zoom out, you're unable to see it, and it was annoying me. So I added all of these tweaks, like especially if you do something like, if you add a new page. So look at this. This is slightly brighter than this. Yeah, those things I needed, because otherwise it was VS Code out of the box was annoying me to no end. I'll share this, by the way. I'll share all of this. Vim is a great tool. You should actually, everybody should learn how to use Vim, because not because it's the greatest editor or whatever, just because Vim is in every, Vim comes in every this thing. So I always tell people, when you move in Vim, you're not supposed to move like this. You're not supposed to be doing this. Instead, you should be calculating where you want to go. You should be calculating like, I want to go 10 lines down. So here I am. Now I want to go 5 lines down. So sorry.
If you want to delete 10 lines, you have to count and say DD10.
Yes, that's all. So you say 10. Okay, I shouldn't be doing any of this. 10D down. That's it. It deleted 10 lines down. So Vim has a very modal way of working. So let's say I want to change the word about. I want to move to the word about, and I want to change it. So I type F double quotes. Then I go here. Then I type CAW. That means change a word. So I say about to. Escape. Now I changed it. Very fancy. But yeah. I'm not giving Vim tutorials. I'm doing this thing. Vim is really, really. Yes. Vim exiting. Very, very fun. Oh God. Just delete it. Just reboot now. Just reboot if you want to exit Vim.
Good. Some people might think you're serious.
I am not serious. Please do not reboot if you want to exit Vim. So what happened was, by the way, three things. I'll actually use this time to plug something. Not mine, by the way, but you should go through this if you want to learn Vim. There is something called Vimcasts. It is on YouTube. There is this guy, this dude, by the way, he has the softest voice I have ever heard. Last month, I used to listen to this guy while I couldn't sleep. I just used to keep this on the side and just fall asleep. Amazingly soft voice. It's like one of those horse whisperer kind of situations. So, and this guy's book is brilliant. You should read it. You should buy and read this book. I don't know him personally. I don't even know who he is. So I did not know how to use Vim until a while ago, and I was really angry with myself because I kept being very slow sometimes. So yeah, that is that. Oh yeah, seriously, it should be called Lullaby Casts. If you listen to that dude, you will fall asleep. Please do not listen to him during my workshop.
Okay, so I think, you can answer Avik's question on JSONify and then we'll start.
JSONify, yes, JSONify. See, you don't need JSONify, you don't need JSON dumps, you don't need any of this. What can you return? What should you return? All right, let's get into that. Let me write a new, actually why? I'll just take this. I'll take this get response, all right? I'll take this get response. I'll return just the response, all right? Let me just return this. I am debugging. Now I come here. No, wait, what was that? What route was I on again? JSON example. Localhost colon JSON. All right, no difference. No difference at all. I just got this. There is no difference here. Let me see what happens when I use HTTP. HTTP. All right. No response again. No change again. You can look at this. You do have this. All right. Now let's look at something else. You have something called, you have a module called JSON. I can also do this. JSON.dumps takes a dictionary. It converts it to a string. Dumps should be read as dump string. Dump to string. That's what it should be read as. All right, let me restart. Let me go to the other terminal. All right. Look at this. And look at this. This tells you a lot. What happened to my color coding here? My color coding just vanished. It outright vanished. It just, why did it vanish? Because HTTP came to content type. This is what it uses to do the nice fancy color coding, by the way. You can even look at Postman. I can look at Postman. I can say get. I can say JSON-example. And here also, pretty just does not give me the nice pretty colors. Instead, it just gives me raw. Whatever raw is, it gives me that. Doesn't do anything. Why is that? Because what does JSONify do? What does that entire thing do? What does it do if you do not JSONify explicitly? If you do not explicitly JSONify, Flask will still JSONify for you, by the way. It still does that. It is recommended to use explicitly say JSONify because you are in control. Irrespective of what version of Flask you're using, you are in control. And you also you are in control, and you're also returning the right headers. You should not be bothered. Well, you as an I would say this differently. As a person developing a small app, you should not be bothered about any of this. You should just expect it to work out of the box. To work out of the box, all you need to do is just say return response. However, this might land you in problems. And remember, explicit is better. I don't want Flask to add behavior that I did not authorize. So I will do it for myself. I just do what I need myself. I say JSONify. All right. I say JSONify a response. I restart my debugger. Come here, and instantly have my color back again. But now someone asked me, I have 200. I want to give something else. Let's try that. All you have to do is put a comma and return. Now, you might not have seen this many times. What happens if you put a comma next to something? This entire thing turns into a tuple. It turns into a list. Flask returns this list. Flask returns the response. It returns the response status code. By default, this value depends on what has happened here. If there is an error, it instantly puts 405 and says there was an error, or a 500, so depending on server error and all that. But instead, if you want to explicitly say, give me a 201, restart your server, go here, and look at that. 201 is necessary when you're creating something. Each of this has meaning. Each of this, 200 means okay. 201 means created, added. I've done some addition. All right. So I'll start continuing. One second. One more thing. Let's add 418. Oops. Look at that. So the HTTP status codes, all HTTP status codes are easily defined and you can easily read them. The best place to read anything regarding the web is the Mozilla documentation. The HTTP response status codes, you should learn all of these things. They're very interesting, and you always need to return the right response when you're doing something. Each of this has something. Each of this has some meaning. Suppose you have sent something. You're saying book my movie or something, and you keep asking, have you booked the movie? Have you booked the movie? It says, wait, dude, you're too early. You could use these responses for different things. All right. If you have not implemented a feature, if you have a feature that you have an endpoint you want to implement some other time, you can say 501. I have not implemented this. Maybe I will later. Maybe I won't. That way. Sometimes what happens is you have a route which you're deprecating. You're going to move it somewhere else. Instead, you're going to say permanent redirect. Or you say temporarily, I'm not giving you this route. Use a 307. Or you say this has moved permanently, 301. All right. So there are a lot of things in HTTP codes that you should look at. Just search for the Mozilla documentation. This is the de facto best place to learn about status codes.
One of the most common mistakes or laziest things that programmers do is setting just 3 of them, 200, 400, and 500. They think it is a representative of everything, good, not found, and not working, right? But
yes,
everything else needs to be explored as well.
Yes. The moment you go to an interview, somebody is going to ask you what is 201 and you'll wonder what it is. These are usually things that will really, really help you in interviews. They make a huge difference between knowing what you have done with an application, whether you've used that application properly. You don't need to know it by heart, remember. You need, except for interviews. But when you're developing an application, there is nothing wrong in keeping the Mozilla documentation open on the side and using the right status code. Always use the right status code. Add it and you will prosper. Now, let me progress. Where was I? I was at 3.1. I'm going to 4.1 now. All right.
So one of the feedback comments earlier was that if when you're starting something new, just clear the screen on the terminal.
Yeah. Sorry. And I think my prompt also takes way too much space here, unfortunately. Okay. Now I'm going to a new thing. So what is let's go back to the agenda. Go back to the README. So you have data. Your application is mostly nothing without data most of the time. You have a lot of things that your application can do, but you're eventually going to run into a wall and that wall is called a database. Most applications will need a database unless it is something very simple, or you could have a complicated thing without a database also. You could be using some other things. Your API, so this is called an API, by the way. Your API could be talking to another API, or it could be reading some other files which are somewhere, some text files or something. And even a text file is a database, by the way. Does not need to be. But when we say database, people usually mean 3 letters, SQL. For most people, SQL is either really fun or really annoying. I used to fall under the latter bucket till a while ago. Remember, anything which is annoying, all you need to do is you need to find the right resource to learn. The best resource to learn SQL from, surprisingly, and I have linked it at the very bottom, is the official documentation for PostgreSQL. Postgres is an SQL server. Go to the official documentation, read about it. For today's workshop, you do not need to know any SQL. I'm not going to show you any SQL commands. However, if you're going to be using writing Flask applications which talk to a database, eventually you should learn what a database is, what a database does, how to write select commands, how to write join commands, update commands, all yourself manually. Because what it does is, sometimes what happens is you might be using Postgres, you might be using SQL through Flask, and it will be ridiculously slow. And the only way you can speed it up is through knowledge of Postgres. So I ran into that wall 3 weeks ago. I was developing an application which had a few million rows of data. It was very, very slow. Just showing my data used to take 20 minutes. After my speed up, it took 20 seconds. And even that is slow, by the way. You can get faster. So it just depends. And it was a very simple thing I learned within the first 3 chapters of Postgres documentation. They're extremely well written. One of the best developers I know told me, just go read that. Do not read anything else on SQL. And I agree. And try sticking to Postgres version 10 or below. Don't jump to 12 right yet. There are some problems. But for this, you don't need Postgres. I'm not using Postgres. You don't need to install Postgres. All right, back to my database. So how do you add a database to your application? How do you add something like that? How do you read a file from there? You have all your routes. You have all these routes, and I want to add a database. How do I do that? So if you look at your requirements.txt, this is the file you installed before. One of these things on line 7 says Flask-SQL Alchemy. SQL is usually pronounced SQL Alchemy at some version. So what am I going to do? I'm going to load that library. At the very top, I have said from Flask_SQL Alchemy, import uppercase SQLA and lowercase the rest. All right. Come to the very bottom. Come to the very bottom, and you will see this. Now, what is SQL Alchemy? SQL Alchemy is an ORM. It's an object relational model. What does it do? It allows you to say, let's say, if you have ever used SQL before, for people who have used SQL before, you will know that you have to execute commands like select, update, add, delete, and all of these things. However, imagine insert, not add. Imagine that you have to do this frequently. You can build an application without an ORM. Many times, some of the best developers, what they do is they do not rely on ORM because an ORM does not easily let you control how it pulls data. Instead, what they do is they write the select queries themselves and they put it into the application. This is fine. However, there is a very big difference. That difference, if you have seen a comic called XKCD, just search for this. That difference, and this difference is very, very important, is something called SQL injection. This comic, what it says is, someone calls a mom and they say, I have a problem with your son. We are having a computer problem. And what happens is, they said, did you really name your son Robert, quote, parenthesis, semicolon, drop table students? What happens is, usually when you have a form which says, enter your username, and click submit, what happens is a rudimentary application will take whatever is in the username, put it directly into a SQL command without looking at what is in it. And what does this do? What it does is, instead of just Robert, they've added all of this. It puts this, so it deleted the entire table called students. It just executed that command. So the entire students' data is gone. That is what this joke is. Apologies for explaining a joke. However, that is a very valid thing. That is extremely valid. It happens more than you could actually imagine. One of the easiest ways to hack into a so-called hack into a website, just attempt SQL injection. Not many people would have guarded their website against it, unless you're using modern tools which are all built to account for this. And SQL Alchemy is one of those. An ORM, one of the benefits of using an ORM is this, and another benefit of using an ORM is what you're going to see soon. All right. So the way you use SQL Alchemy is, you come here, you import this, you define all your routes. Go ahead and define most of your routes. At the very bottom, you say app.config and you add a configuration. This keyword is very important. And copy this exactly as is. You're saying that I'm using SQLite. SQLite is a serverless, or not that kind of serverless, by the way. When I say serverless, I do not mean the fancy serverless. It just means a normal file. It takes this file, creates a file called workshop.db. That workshop.db is usually kept somewhere. It is usually outside. I'll create it for you now. It says db is equal to SQL Alchemy. I have to give it the application. App is equal to app. And then I define a table. The way I define a table is I add a class. So this is how you define a class in Python. I add a class. Classes usually follow camel case. Methods follow snake case. They usually have all lowercase and underscores. A class has camel case. In this movie class, I'm subclassing. Like what it means is I'm copying over whatever attributes. This is exactly like how Jinja templates work. I'm copying over whatever attributes db.model has, and then I started defining a bunch of stuff. The way of defining things outside is something you usually will not see outside of SQL Alchemy. Most people do not do this usually unless you have complicated classes, for lack of a better word. So just copy this exactly as is, underscore table name, dunder table name, movies. So what this does is it creates an application object with the name movies. It gives you this. And I have an ID. I use underscore because if you know, the ID is actually a keyword in Python. I prefer not to use keywords for my variable names. There's nothing wrong. You can use just ID. I just choose not to. And then I say db.colon. And here I say ID because I do not want to refer to it as ID underscore internally. In my table, it will define it as ID. I'm saying that it will be an integer. And this is something called a primary key. A primary key is just like a label, your roll number. If you're a student in some school or something, it's your roll number. Then the title. I just say there is a title. It is another new column. It is a string of 512 bytes. Then it is not nullable. I cannot give it a null value. When you have a primary key, it is always not nullable. So, but here I explicitly say it is not nullable. Now, what is this? If you ever looked at a Python class, this is called an initializer. If you come from C and C++, this is a constructor. So what it does is, when something of the type movie is created, like how you say, look at this, for example. You say app name, app is equal to Flask of name. This calls Flask's initializer. Whatever you're seeing here, by the way, when you go here, when you see all of this, that is an initializer. So if you see comma, all of this is coming from dunder init, all of this. So for movie, all of that, all I'm using is the first keyword is self. In a class, always the first parameter is self, and the second parameter is a variable name I'm going to use. It does not need to be the same as this. It is by principle, it is the same. I say self.title is equal to title. That's all I'm doing. What is repr? Repr means the representation. When I print it out, when I say print something that is a movie, I want it to print in a nice way. I want to say this is a movie with this ID and this title. That's all. All right. Do not worry too much. I'm not going to run my application just yet. We are not running anything. We are spending some time understanding about all of this. How do I create this movie database? How do I create it? Very simple. I come to my command line tool. Now, this is how you run the Flask app from now. Until now, you were saying Python app.py. Stop doing this. Instead, what you say is flask_app is equal to app.py space flask underscore debug is equal to 1 space flask space run. This is how you do it. But we are not going to do run right now. We are going to use the shell command. Press enter. What does it do? It drops us into a Python interpreter. This is a normal Python interpreter. I don't care about spelling. So you can do print, you can do a lot of normal Python stuff. However, you can also do something else. From app import. What do I want to import? I want to import DB. How does this work? Because I'm currently, where am I? I'm in this directory. I'm in the workshop directory. That is why this is going to work. From app import DB. What is this DB? DB is, see, look at this. This is what the repr looks like. The representation of just the database is this. It says it is a SQL Alchemy engine. Where is it stored? It is stored here. It is trying to access a file which is here. Is this file there? There is no such file. If you look at this, there is no such file here. What happened to this file? We didn't create it yet. How do we create it? db.create underscore all. What does that do? Instantly created something called workshop.db. You cannot read this file because it is a binary, it is a database. How do you read this file? You either use the SQLite command line tool or from app import movie. Now I want to add a new movie. I say movie is equal to movie. I pass it a title. Title is equal to, I don't need to say title is equal to, I can just give it the title. But I prefer doing it because it is nice and explicit. Title is equal to, I say something. All right. Now I've added a movie. Has that movie been added? How do I check? Movie dot query dot all. It has not been added. What happened? I have a movie. I've added a movie. It has not been added. If you try this, look at this. It says it does not have an ID yet. Why doesn't it have an ID? Because it has not been added. How do you add it? You say db.session.add movie. You have to add it. And then, let me try movie again. It still says nothing, none. Let me try movie.query.all. It gives me a movie now. It gives me that. However, what happened? Why is my movie still? Okay, sorry. So my movie has been added. Can I exit now? I will exit now. All right. Now let me go back to my Flask app. Let me go back here. From app, import movie, comma, db. Now let's try this again. Movie.query.all. There's nothing here. What happened? I added a movie. It vanished. Let's try this again. Movie is equal to movie of all right. I say movie here. Nothing. It has not been given an ID. db.session.add movie. Great. I say movie, still nothing. Let me query. Let me check if it has the movie. If I exit, it will again delete the value. Why? Because we have not committed it. After adding it, we are supposed to commit this thing. So you say db.session after every change to your database. Well, you can club a group of changes into one. You can do 10 changes. You can add 5 rows, modify 10 rows, update, then delete some other rows, and then do a commit. All of this is one specific box of commits. Why do you do this? Because you can roll back. All of this regarding commits and rollbacks is very complicated to a newcomer to SQL. However, trust me, just read the Postgres documentation. Spend 3 to 4 hours reading through it for 2 to 3 days, and you will easily understand what I'm saying within the first 5 chapters of it. First 5 to 6 chapters will answer all of this. It will tell you what a session is, how to use a session, how to delete how to roll back a session, how to add steps between sessions, all of those complicated things. It will show you all of that. All right, great. Now I'm added it. Now I'm exiting. Okay, Control D is exit, by the way. I'm back again from app, import movie, db. Movie is equal to movie dot query dot all. Let's say movie. However, look at this. I wanted just the first item, but it gave me a list. If it had more movies, okay, db.session.add, db.session.commit. Look at that. It gave me 2. I don't want 2. I want the first one. How do I get that? Instead of all, you say first. Now see that? This is the representation, the wrapper of my movie object. If you say type of movie, it tells you that it is app.movie. App.movie. All right. Now, if you say dir, you can snoop around. All these are nice functions you can use to find out what your thing supports. Remember, whatever I showed you here in the Flask debugger, all of it is coming because Python supports all of this. You don't need a debugger to actually figure out how to snoop around something. It tells you that it has an ID underscore. So you say movie.id underscore. However, internal to the table, when you use SQL, that ID column is called just ID. There is no underscore. And now, what is the title? All right. Now, let's say I want to query a specific movie. Movie.query.filter movie.title is equal to. Be very careful and ensure that you're checking your cases. This is uppercase movie, this is lowercase movie. Dot all. Look at that. It gave me nothing. Something is wrong here. What happened? Is my first spelling wrong? Yes, Flask does. Oh, sorry. My bad. Look at this. Movie.query.filter, again uppercase. You have to say for the movie table in the title, I want the title to be equal to this value. All right. It gave me this. But I don't want to type this entire Shawshank Redemption. It's too long. I don't want to do that. I want to say as long as it has title.like. As long as it has the word Shaw in it in the beginning. As long as it has the word Shaw in the beginning, I want it. See that? I'm saying like. So this ID, where did this ID come from? The moment you say primary key is equal to true and it is an integer, Flask SQL Alchemy, rather SQL Alchemy itself. Remember, SQL Alchemy is a separate library. You do not need Flask to use it. Flask SQL Alchemy is a nice extension which you use to enable it. That's all. It makes your entire life much, much easier. So Flask SQL Alchemy, what it does is it auto increments your primary key. as long as it is an integer. If it is not an integer, it will not do it. Let's say you use you're working at a company and your company has an email ID or an NT ID or login ID. It is unique for everyone. I don't need an integer to give you or login this thing. So it automatically increments. It will not increment in that scenario. Instead, you will have to give the ID. Let's assume you wanted manual control over this. You would have actually said ID underscore here. ID underscore over here. Where is underscore? Here. You would have said this. And then you would have said self dot under ID is equal to this. But do not do that. If it is a integer primary key, let Flask work for you. Let it do all of that for you. All right. All right. Great. How do you add one more table? I've added one table. I had a movies table. I want to add a user table. That's it. Just add this. User table. Add a table. Same thing. It's subclasses from db.model. I'm just calling it users. So now the standard that I follow. This is not mandatory. This is not even necessary. However, again, remember, control over your application is extremely important. Sometimes you'll see some weird bugs because you did not exercise your control. So what you should do is, when you create a class, ensure you're using you have a singular name. Don't call it movies, call it movie. But your table is a collection. Remember, it is a collection. So you call it movies. You say table name. If you do not give this, what does Flask SQL Alchemy do? By default, it takes whatever you have here and just says movie. If this had been my movie, what does it do? It converts it to snake case, my underscore movie. All right. Rule of thumb, just to make your life simpler, this is something I follow. I'm very comfortable with it, and it has helped me debugging a lot of things. All right. So if you want your ID to start with some other value and you want to auto increment, you also have, I think you have something called a begin at or something. So you're supposed to, so the SQL Alchemy docs are amazing for this.
You can override the starting value.
Yeah, starting value or something. So don't go to the Flask SQL Alchemy docs, go to the actual SQL Alchemy docs. And I do not recommend going here until you read the Postgres docs, by the way. Because this thing is heavy. The SQL Alchemy docs read like as if it has been written by some kind of mathematician. It's really, really intense, and it is extremely detailed. Every single thing is detailed. However, I would recommend that you use this thing first, that you actually use Flask SQL Alchemy first, get a little familiar with it, and then go there. All right. I think you can even give step size. There is something to even give a step size. Back to my application. I added a new table now. However, if I try using this table, it has not been created, remember. If I go to my Flask shell, from app, import db, user, if I say user.query.all, background error. How do you read this error? This is a SQL Alchemy operational error. When you get this, it usually means this is a SQL error and not a Python error. So you should be very careful about what it is reading. So what you would like to do is actually read the SQL query. What is happening here? It says select users.id as users underscore id, users.name as users underscore name from users. This is how ORMs do it. Usually when you're doing this, you would have said select star from users. However, an ORM will actually add a lot of things for you. But what does it say? No such table users. It did not find such a table. How do I make this again? db.create all. Now if I try my command, it gives me an empty list. You can go ahead and add users to this. You can start adding users. What does a user take? All a user takes is a name. That's it. It takes a name of 1024 bytes. All right. There was a mistake here. This should have said user, not movie. So go ahead and fix that in your source code. Now, One moment. Let's go back to my agenda. Yep. Any questions? I'm done with adding a database. So I've already started showing you a bit of 5 also. I've started showing you how to use Flask shell, and I've started showing you how to add values to the database, how to query values. Now I'll show you how to remove values. How do you remove a value, or how do you update a value? All right. But until now, do you have any questions? I can take a few questions before proceeding.
I think at this point, Kishore, you can actually ask your question directly. He has some issue regarding one of his repos.
Where? I did not see anything. Is he pinging you directly?
Yeah, he pinged me directly, but I think that was welcome gesture because it's not.
Yeah, no problem. I have no problem.
Yeah, sure. Can you?
Usually if you ping on the open chat, I can answer, and it'll help everyone. That's all.
I think he's not available right now. It's all right. Okay. If anyone else has any doubts so far, you can ask. I guess silence is the pace is still fine.
Is the pace not fine?
The pace not
too fast? Okay, I got one too fast.
Good.
That's good. That's good. Please let me know if it is too fast, because we have already reached a point where I'll actually start building things now. So I'll actually start building things, and if it is fast, this thing. So group by and order by. I am not. So this is my intention with showing Flask SQL Alchemy in this session is not really to show the all the features of Flask SQL Alchemy. Yeah. I would rather everybody go ahead and explore those by themselves. Yes, that is a very good question. How does data get added to SQL Alchemy from the front end? Take a guess. So you're a server. Your users are not going to be using Flask shell. How would they be adding anything? From a route, from a post. Well, okay, here's one more thing. It does not need to be a post. It does not need to be a post. It does not need to be a put. It does not need to be anything. It can be anything you like. But if you want other people to use your application, you should follow standards. The web has very good standards. If you follow the Mozilla documentation, it has extremely good standards. And each of those, remember, back to Postman, each of this is not for fun. All of these exist for a reason. All of these things exist for a reason. And what we are building so far, this tutorial, this workshop, is only to show you how to create an API, but not a RESTful API. You might have heard this phrase that says REST. So I am not going to cover a REST API, but you should know that all of these commands, all of these methods have a meaning. They have a very, very specific meaning, each of them. Get says get data. Post means update something or put something. Put means add something. So delete means remove a row. Stuff like that. Usually people just use these 4 things. I'm not going to be showing you any of the other stuff, but you can go ahead and explore them. About lunch break, Abhiram would be the right person to answer. I would be showing you how to delete rows and update rows. And after that, the next part is adding Bootstrap. I will be showing you how to add Bootstrap CSS, how to add a simple Bootstrap form to add rows and add data. And that's it. Kishore has pinged me something. Sudo git checkouter. Wow. Wait, what? Sudo?
Don't use sudo.
Checkout version 0.2.3. There is no such tag. Let me see. Wait, what? No, it's 4.2. Sorry, wait. 2.3. 2.3. There is no 2.3 really. So if you type git tag -l-n9, you will see all of it. Oh, there is 2.3. Okay, wait. Huh, weird.
Can you stash and type?
Yeah, do not type git. Sorry, do not type sudo. Try it without sudo. I don't know why you ran into sudo, by the way.
That's one more common pitfall. Like people
Yeah,
think
permission denied. You're probably checked out as sudo. You should not be doing this. Do not run. Okay, now number one rule, by the way. So things you do not do. This is besides the Flask tutorial, but things you do not do. Always use a virtual environment. Why? Because you can share this file. A virtual environment allows you to create this nice file, which you can give people and they can install whatever they need. It's not just about people. How do you copy your application to a server? And this thing. Yeah, I understand. He is in the virtual repo, but he has somehow done it with sudo. For some, he has a sudo git clone or whatever. I think he has done.
this was more of a general thing that Vinay said. And regarding lunch break, Avinash, as soon as Vinay is done with the querying part and deletion part, and when there's again a logical separation going to the front end, that's when we'll break for lunch. We'll come back in like 30 to 40 minutes after that.
I'll leave the call open, by the way. I really don't have lunch at this time, so I'll be on for questions if somebody wants.
I'll be here as well. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Rupanjan will provide you the links for the recording and the YouTube link and everything after the meetup. I'll put it on the meetup page. I'll send out a mail, all of this.
And not just about the recording, by the way, you should come to this last bit of this thing and you should actually go through these.
Yes, we'll also put it up on the meetup page.
Yeah, you should go through each and every one of these because they teach you. So the first thing is the Flask official website. However, more than the guy who made Flask, there is this dude who you need to read about. So this guy, his name is Miguel Grinberg. He's amazing. Most of the Flask, what do you say? Extensions have been written by this guy. If you follow him on GitHub, you will see him everywhere. So I've learned so much from this. This tutorial is really, really insane. However, I did not want to cover whatever is. This is more detailed than my workshop, by the way. The reason I'm not covering this is because this has a lot of things people will not be comfortable with. So it has stuff like internationalization and localization. It has AJAX calls. It allows you to make a full search engine. And it shows you how to do deployment. So I'm not going to show you all of that. But after this workshop, you should go through each and every part of this. This is really, really nice. All right. So that is one. And there are other things also you should look at. There is the Explore Flask book. So Explore Flask is some book that someone has put together. It is free. It is online. It was sponsored by Kickstarter. And the best part about this is it tells you. So after reading the Flask mega tutorial, you should read the Explore Flask book because this tells you how to take. I'm going to show you what it is going to do anyway. Everything right now. Look at this. It's already 147 lines. This is ugly as hell. If you give this file to someone, they will reject your code. You're not supposed to structure a web app that way because it becomes very, very hard. There is something called a model view controller method of writing some MVC programming. So that is that. So if you follow this, if you read this book, it actually shows you my thought process for why I have structured my application this way. Whatever I have got is entirely from this book. I love this book. This thing is really, really old. However, it is extremely valid. After you do this, by the way, after you read through this book, you're free to use Django because you will understand how Django does things and why it does things. This is essentially, instead of Explore Flask, they should have called this book Turn Flask into Django. All right. So now I'm going to show you so I'm going to show you updating and deleting a database row. About sockets, this thing. So I'm not really going to talk about NoSQL versus SQL here. You're free to use it. It is up to the application. This is where your application, you should build. My answer to that is build things. Please build things with Flask, build things with Django, build things using SQL, build things using NoSQL. Just observe what you like, change or adapt. So eventually you will end up having something where, how do I say this? You will end up having a way of working on your own. All right. So that is my answer. That's why I like Flask, because it allows you to take your own choices. The guy who made Flask, his name is Arvind Ronakar. So he's a very nice guy. He's very, very smart. That guy, he says the same thing. He just wanted something very, very small. By the way, the reason Flask is called Flask is because before Flask was even created, there used to be something called Bottle. Bottle was a Python project, it's still going on, but the Bottle is supposed to be minimal. It is supposed to be something you can just copy. You can just take the Bottle file, the one file. The entire philosophy of Bottle is that it is a single file repo. You just take that single file, copy it into your source code. Just take the file, copy it into your source code. See here, they actually recommend wget. They don't even recommend pip install. So they recommend you do this, copy the file, and you're set. You're supposed to use Bottle. So Armin Ronacher, look at this. It looks exactly the same. It had from Bottle, import route, import run, and all of that. So what Armin Ronacher did was he took the concept from here and he expanded upon this. Now, if you program in other languages, many other languages have the same thing. They have the same way of doing this. If you do Node.js, in Node.js, you have something called Express.js. Express.js is also very similar to this approach. If you learn Flask, you will learn patterns for other stuff. Express.js is also minimalistic. It has all of this. All right, so it also shows you how to, it just shows you how to structure. Look at this. It doesn't use decorators because this is JavaScript, but it just says app.get. This is our get route, and what it does is it returns this function. Now, if you're programming in Rust, there is something called Rocket. So that's one of the main reasons why I recommend people to learn Flask is this. You can switch languages. You can switch languages, and what you do is look at this again. Ignore the syntax. Ignore the syntax. What does this look like? This looks like a decorator. I'm saying get. Read this hello. This thing. So this is the entire thing. This framework methodology is so widespread that it has spread into different languages. And once you learn this, it is not that hard to use Django. Just switch on to Django, use it, might as well. All right, great. Back to my thing, by the way. Back to, where was I? Now, let's start deleting stuff. From app, import db movie. All right. Now I have movies is equal to movie.query.all. Okay. Now what is movies? I have two movies. I want to remove the first movie. How do I do that? So the first movie, movie_1, because movies is a list, is very simple. Python lists index from 0. So movie_1 is this. I want to delete this. db.session.remove. Remove? Is it remove or delete? Remove movie_1. Oh, sorry. Delete, not remove. It is delete. So db.session.delete. Now let's go back to my movie query, movies queries. It just has one. But remember, what did I tell you? Any change you make, anytime you change something, modify something, you should probably comment. You should always comment, not probably. So db.session.comment. That's it. If you exit now, that file is gone. The entry is gone. Now what happens if I add it now? Movie. All right. Look at this. Oh, sorry. Look at this. What happened? There is no movie which is 1. There is no movie which is 1. There is no movie of index 1. Index 1 is gone now. Because the last index is 2, it incremented to 3. If I add 4 and I remove 3, it'll never add 3 again. and you are not supposed to meddle with the primary key or with the auto incremented index of a database. So at one of my workplaces, we had meddled with the primary key, and it was horrible. That change has had ruined the entire database, and it was too late to fix it. So we had to write a lot of hacks just to keep it running. We had a few rows which went from 0 to 500, and then somebody had a brilliant idea of naming incrementing from 1000. So we had a few rows which were from 1000, but there was a big gap from 500 to 1000, and the database was still injecting stuff at 501. Never do such things on your own. It is ugly. You should not have to. Think of the ID as if you have a separate user ID, let's say you have a user and you have a user ID column. You don't want to use that as a primary key. What do? You give it an integer ID and then you give it a user ID column. Two separate things. You modify the user ID whenever you want. Leave the auto-incremented primary key as it is. All right. So this is how you delete something. Now, how do I modify something? Now I want to modify. Yep, you can use UUIDs also. UUID is like a, how do I say this? It is a hex value. It is a hexadecimal value which means something usually. It is a hash, yes. Okay. Now I have movie underscore 2. How do I modify the name of movie underscore 2? Very simple. Not the name, the title rather. Dot title. That's it. Now if I type movie underscore 2, what happens? I have a new name. Now if I want to commit, all I have to do is I need to commit. I don't need to add this again because this already exists. I just need to commit. All right. That's all there is about adding and modifying things from databases. This is the extent of SQL Alchemy that I will be showing you, except for one last thing, which I will show you later after the break. Wait, I just answered. Do not modify ID, please. You can see. Let's see.
Yeah, it allows.
It does allow it. I'm not saying it doesn't. The problem isn't SQL Alchemy, remember. The problem is not even SQL Alchemy. Okay, now this happened. It has a movie at 10. Let's add a movie. Okay. Now tell me something. What should be the, what do you guys guess should be the ID now? Do you think it should be 4 or do you think it should be 11? Not this. 11. Why is it 11? Because SQL Alchemy is very simple. SQL Alchemy is one of the, by the way, if you ever want to learn how to write your own database, the documentation you should read is the SQL Alchemy database. The SQL Alchemy, the SQLite database. The SQLite source code is apparently one of the cleanest source codes you ever have, and it has been re-implemented in so many languages. I'm sure you can find a Python implementation of SQLite somewhere. But back to this, look at this. SQLite is simple in that all it does is it comes to the column with ID, it checks for the max value, just increments it by 1. SQL Alchemy is a Python ORM, yes. SQLite, what it uses internally, remember, I showed you this, the config statement. Look at the config. I said SQLite here on line 119. Line 119, that says this is the database you should use. SQLite is a file system database. It stores your file as a physical file on your file system. Look at this. All right.
And
cool.
one of the pros of using this is it's highly portable, and that's the case.
Yes, you can just copy it and give it to people. Yes, it works with Postgres also. The way you configure this for Postgres is different, out of the scope of today's workshop, but reach out to me and I can help you.
Okay, so Vinay,
Yep.
was there more in
I
this,
can,
or the next
no,
is
logical. Next is full front end. I would rather people be.
Avinash, your lunch break is here. Okay, but it's.
What are you cooking, man? What do you have, by the way? He seems super eager on going for lunch.
Yeah, no, but I think it's a good thing to be
Yeah,
remembered.
it is a good time for lunch. It is a good time for lunch.
So we'll come back at 2 o'clock. Does that work for everyone?
45 minutes, great. That gives me some time also.
Yes, okay.
I'll return in 15 minutes and then people can ask me questions if you want. Do not leave the call because you might be dropped off.
Yeah, so I've temporarily unlocked it, but I've unlocked it, but you'll be in the waiting room and I'll have to physically add you. So it's fine. Okay, because even some legit people were being kicked out. Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll come back at 2 o'clock. People who have doubts, you can come back and ask here, and Vinay will be there from 1:40. So will I.
Yep. The session, I'll tell you. So look, if you see my screen, this is what all I have to cover. I have to cover front end, adding a little bit, Flask modularization, and creating an application. So these are the most important parts of this. So remember, people had questions on how to add data into this and all of that. And I'll be showing you how to. So my objective with this entire workshop is not to teach you how to write a full Flask app, but instead it is to help you take extensions, Flask extensions, and add them together.
Time?
2 hours, 1.5 hours.
Yeah, you can assume 1.5 to 2
Depends
hours.
on what speed people are comfortable with me going, because this is going to be, this part is actually heavy. The reason I was at least a bit slow in the previous sessions was I didn't want too many questions on the second half.
Yeah, I think it's fair. I mean, it's a good base to work off of.
Yep.
Oh my God, Vinay, here's a question.
That's a wrong question to ask me, by the way. That's a totally wrong question to ask me.
It's wrong because it's so right, because he uses an amazing keyboard. His whole setup is amazing.
So can you see my video now? Red Dragon, it seems. Can you see my video? This is what my desktop looks like.
Pretty crazy, yeah.
Yeah, that's a split keyboard. I built my keyboard myself last year, actually just before the lockdown. I'm so happy for this. Not last year, this year. So I got all the parts, assembled them, soldered them, and it was very, very, it was very fun. I have I have 7 keyboards at home actually, out of which 4 are keyboards which I soldered myself. So these are split. They're called. This is called the Corn keyboard. I will send you the. Nah, I did not make a build log because there's so many build logs on this thing.
Ray, did you set this up?
Which?
This question is so random that I won't be surprised if it's a setup question.
No. I don't know who this guy is. I did not pay him to ask me this question.
Hey, people are asking you to show the keyboard again. Pravalika and Madhu. No, sorry, Avinash.
Because my wire management is a little better this time. Can you see?
We'll add a PNG on the GitHub repo as well.
So all of this is soldered and the sound is super satisfying. It annoys my colleagues, by the way. It annoys them a lot.
Satisfying, right?
Yeah, that is also super satisfying. I have a guy who wants to throw something at me. Now this work from home scenario is really nice. So yes. Great. Have a good lunch, you guys. I'll be back in 15 minutes. You guys can ask me questions if you would like, or else you can chill for 45 minutes and come back.
Saket, we'll just take your word for it.
I don't know how to answer Saket's question, by the way, so I don't think that's safe for work. I do have a few, so yeah. Choosing not to answer that because I have a few future and past colleagues on this call. So, no. I'll be on mute for a while.
Yeah, Vinay, maybe you can stop sharing a screen and just put up a splash screen and say we'll be back. Or you
No,
can
I'm not
put
going
up
to do anything with the keyboard, so I'll just leave it like this.
Acha, okay, okay.
I'm going away from my keyboard. You want to buy mechanical keyboard parts. Unfortunately for you, my friend, what is that word? Abhi.
What is
You
the
went somewhere.
Yeah, I'm here.
What is that going what for local? Vocal for local.
Vocal for local.
Yeah, vocal for local. Yeah, dude. So
Okay, I mean, stop
all
there.
mechanical.
Stop right there. Stop right there. We are not going political on this.
No. All my mechanical keyboard parts come from China or Europe, by the way. So nothing is coming anywhere. I have about 16,000 worth of parts in the customs office right now. So unfortunately, yeah, that is that. Kishore, do one thing. I'll be back in some time and you can ask me this question. Yeah, dude, nobody's going to pay me 16,000 to build a keyboard, by the way. You know how much this keyboard costs? All the parts combined, it costs like 9 to 10,000 and I spent a day soldering. So, yeah, not happening. Nobody's paying me for this. Now, my colleagues themselves don't want to pay. They're like, no, I'm not paying you this much. By the way, there is a Bangalore Python mechanical keyboard meetup group that apparently has a lot of interesting people. Some of them had actually come to the Bangpypers meetup, which was held at Visa. So, yeah, that was fun. I did not attend the mechanical keyboard meetup because back then I did not have any mechanical keyboards. I started getting all my keyboards last year.
It's called Bangalore Python mechanical keyboard.
Not Python, just mechanical keyboard meetup. Who was that guy, man? He came to remember those dudes? They came to the workshop at Visa.
I think
Sayan knows them better, I think.
Sayan, oh yeah, Sayan built a mechanical keyboard of his own.
Yes. There was this big dude. He was really tall. I have him on Anirban. No, not Anirban. I forgot his name. I have him on this thing. Yes, Navarun. Yes, him. He has some amazing keyboards. Yes, Navarun has some amazing keyboards. Yes, him. Yeah, I posted my build on this thing. No, he has something else also. Not just he was saying that he was going to build a 60% keyboard. I don't know what happened to that. So I prefer 40% split. I also have another keyboard which is split. So yeah. By the way, 40% keyboards are really underrated. You should, once you try them, you'll get addicted. Cool. Go have lunch. See you in a bit.
All right, it is 2 o'clock, and if we are not punctual, we are nothing. Let's ignore the fact that we started 10 minutes late, but go with it. So, is everyone back? I mean, you can't answer if you're not back. So, cool. All right. Nice. Okay. Vinay, are you back? He's back.
Wait a second. Give me 5 minutes.
What? What were you doing from 1:55 to 2 o'clock, Vinay? Come on. Okay.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, wait, I'm still not. My mic died or something. Not my mic, my headphones.
Were you using your headphones for this whole session?
I was using my headphones to listen, but I was speaking through the webcam speaker. That's why.
Okay. I mean, that
Just give me a
worked.
minute. Yeah, that works. That works right now. Just a minute.
Oh, sure.
Right.
Let me just look at the other questions. Madhu has a question about the keyboard parts. Madhu, there's some stuff. If you're looking for non-online stores, there's some stores on SP Road in Bangalore. They have some stuff. I know at least one place which is amazing for all, like Raspberry Pis and Arduino boards and all on SP Road. What else? Any other questions? Other questions for now? Is Robu an online store?
Okay, this is better now. What online store? What are we talking about now? You want hardware stuff?
Yeah, so apart from AliExpress that are looking for stuff.
Yeah, so my experience has had varying mileage with SP Road. I hate the place.
See, ambience wise, it is a bit okay.
No, not the ambience, man. That's not the problem. The problem is, so I used to prepay stuff. I was a good customer. I prepaid. I was like, I used to buy a lot of. So my old company, I had this budget for buying tech. I had somehow convinced my boss that was a good idea. So I had like a side budget to buy whatever gadgets I wanted. So what happened was I used to give them money upfront and they used to bring me stuff. But what happened then? I wanted something he didn't have, and he was like, "Wait, I'll get it for you. I'll get it for you." So he kept stringing me on for a year. At the end, I got really pissed and I was like, "Stop this! I'm just going all on AliExpress." So everything I bought on AliExpress, I've had no problem at all.
You waited a year.
Almost, he strung me up for almost a year.
You didn't wait a year, man. Come on, it's more like.
Yeah, well, what do you do when you really wanted something? There were these bunch of, by the way, there are the IoT scene with Python has improved so much.
You buy a lot of stuff, but for the average consumer.
Okay, what do you want for an average? You want to build a 60% keyboard, you're not going to find parts in SP Road.
Oops.
So that is that. All right, let me continue. Mouser, yes, I tried Mouser. So those guys are very, very expensive. They actually charge you US rates.
There is a screen on your screen, which is
screenception. Huh?
Is it a settings panel?
Yes, gone now. What is this?
We are back.
Yes, we are back. All right. We close all of this. Okay. Yeah, back to our original topic. We will do the IoT workshop some other day. That has been pending for a very long time.
Oh, we'll set that up, man.
Ah. Okay, back to my thing. So where was I? I stopped at Flask shell, adding values, removing values, and everything. Now we have all the tools we need to actually start assembling a website with Flask. We have everything we need to start building up an application and to go the extra mile and actually make something that looks like an application at least. So far, all we have is some test APIs and stuff. All right. So I'm going to go to 6.1 now. All right. So at 6.1, what is new? One of the most important things with this is the base. The base.html has changed quite a bit now. What have I done? So remember, one of the main reasons why we use a base is because of the blocks and all of that. Oh, by the way, so somebody asked me this during the break. Yes, you can use as many blocks as you want. Also, you can have some default stuff in the blocks. Let's say I have some here, I have some default content in the block, and I want to use this content also in my child. So you can do that. You can keep the original content of the block and add to it, or you override it. One of the two things. All right. So you can do all of that. Now back to my, so what have I added here? Bootstrap. It is not necessary that you learn Bootstrap for front end. I'm a huge proponent of writing your own CSS. I do not prefer using Bootstrap or any of these libraries, but they get the job done. So I'm using it. Oh, what am I doing here? I'm setting some things that you should be setting on any web page, some standard stuff. You don't need to be worried about all of this. You can Google. And what am I adding? I'm adding link to a CSS file. But look at the way I'm adding it. The way I'm adding it is Jinja. So what am I saying? I am saying get me from the static folder, get me a file called boot in this folder, bootstrap-3.3.7-dist/css/bootstrap.min.css. I do not want to, you should not be hard coding the route of your CSS file. There are several reasons why. One of them could be that your application. So your application right now is running at localhost. That is all. Okay. This is your app now. But it could also be that you are adding a prefix to every URL. You are saying, hey, no, I'm not running it at slash. I'm running it at app. So what happens then is your application's URL like prefix becomes this. This becomes your route. This is a bit complicated and out of the scope of this workshop, but this is an actual valid use case. You would have seen things where /docs has documentation, /app has the app, and stuff like that. So for now, just trust me when I say use double curly brace, URL for static, and say what file you want. Remember here, since you have double quotes here, internally you will use all single quotes. All right. So once you do this, then you do this part also. You add the scripts. JavaScript goes at the end, CSS goes at the top. Always the rule. So at the very end, you are adding two things. You are adding jQuery CSS, JavaScript, and Bootstrap's JavaScript. So all of this is nothing fancy. I've copied this directly from the Bootstrap website and pasted it here. I've just modified it for Flask. What does this do? Okay, the last concept again. So how do I say this in a different way? All right. So whenever you do this, right? Originally, you used to do this. You would say static, CSS, and Bootstrap. All right. If you've ever seen a basic HTML tutorial, this is how it teaches you to do things. You should not do this for several reasons. Why? Because your static page, if you go to app.py, if you go to the very top, this gives you the ability to set where your static folder is. The default is this. The default is static. However, you could configure your app so that your static content is somewhere else. A good use case is always when your static content is coming from a content delivery service. something like a CDN, Akamai or something. You're keeping your CSS files and your JavaScript files away from your Flask app. You're keeping them somewhere else and you want to load them. That is also a scenario. Or maybe you have a Flask app with different subdirectories. You have different subdirectories and you have different static content. You don't want to merge all the static content. Let's say you have a login page. The login page has a login icon. That login icon looks different from the submit icon. You don't want to keep it in the same folder. You want to have a separate folder for the login site. And again, for your doc site, you have a separate help icon. So similarly, you will have separate things for different parts of your application. As your application grows, it is extremely important that you structure your application in such a way that you can modularize it, especially if you're working in a team where you have more than 2 people. What will happen then is you'll start overwriting each other's code. That is not the way to do it. Instead, you should be doing something like this. That is why your static folder can change at any point of time, which is again why you should not do this. Instead, you tell Jinja, rather you use Jinja to tell Flask. You tell Flask that I need a URL. Give me the URL for a static file in this current view. But inside the static file folder, I want this file. What is the file? It will be called Bootstrap CSS. All right. Was that clear? Great. So the same thing is happening here also. It is happening here as well. You will be using this several times. I will show you again. All of this will come again and again. Now see, have I changed any of the other files? I did not change home. I did not change search. I did not change base. All I changed, I did not change about. All I changed is the base. This is the power of using Flask templates. Now, do you remember what your Flask app looked like? Your Flask app looked very simple. It had nothing like except this. Now see what happens. It looks a little cleaner. The font is a little better. The icon's color looks just a little better. It makes a huge difference just by adding Bootstrap. I did nothing else, by the way. I did not add any fancy classes, nothing, none of that. If you go to the Bootstrap site, it will tell you all these btn - this, that, and all. I didn't do any of that. All I did was this. Now we'll see something interesting. Look at this. I queried localhost. That's all I asked for. I asked for the index. What has it received requests for? It received requests for index. Within that, it received a request for something else. It received an index for static and the Bootstrap CSS, and for Bootstrap min CSS, the JavaScript files and the JavaScript. Yeah, that's it. It received all these requests. Where did these requests come from? Let's look at the page source. See this? Link href assembled your entire application the link. It did all of it itself. All right. So this is how you use Bootstrap inside Flask. But I'm going to modify it even more so that it looks better. Right now, it still looks like crap. All right. So back to my this thing. Now what do I have? So this is a little into the entire field of front end. This goes a little more into using Bootstrap. All right. If you go to the Bootstrap website, no, wait. Yeah. If you go to the Bootstrap website, search for Bootstrap starter template, you'll get a page like this. Or if you just say examples, let's say examples. Awesome. See, this is a 404 page, by the way. This is how they render it. Here, ouch. Click examples. All right, click examples, and here you have this. So all I did was I went, where did I go? I just went to the most simple, yeah, a starter template, the basic template. I came here, I looked at this, click page source, copy whatever I need. So this has a little more than what I wanted. It has a search bar and everything. I removed all of that. I did not want a search bar. I did not want any of this. Instead, what did I want? I wanted, where did this go? Here. All I wanted was a basic application, a very, very basic application. The basic application I used is just that. The starter template. So this is the starter template that I used. If you look at the view page source, it looks scary. It has a lot of stuff. I chose only what I wanted. I removed what all I did not need to account for. I assume nobody in the audience is using Internet Explorer anymore. So back to you should be using all of this for a production application, by the way. I'm not teaching you a production app. I'm just showing you how to assemble one. So I have a navigation bar. If I look to understand how this is, just go here, click inspect. It'll tell you that this entire thing is a navigation bar. So you can, this is what that section is. This is a container. That's it. I have a container and a navigation bar. So I copied this over and I copied the container over. That's all I did, nothing else. If you look at the base thing, I have a nav bar. In the navigation bar, I have added, I'm not going to explain any of this, and neither do you need to understand. But here I've changed this part. It had its own buttons. It had these 3 buttons. I did not use those buttons. Instead, what did I do? I added this. I said, I want the URL for index. I want URL for about page. I wanted URL for search page. Now, this is very important. Remember I said that your Flask, the function name, you might have wondered what the function name is for. This function name is here. This is where it is important. This is something many Flask tutorials, even Miguel Grinberg's tutorial does not teach you this properly. I got confused for a very long time when I was doing this. I assumed when I said I wanted index, it was getting this. I thought this just meant index. I did not realize that the function was called index. I can call it whatever I want. If I call it index 1, I have to change this to index 1. Is that clear? Please take some time in understanding this concept. This is something very important regarding how Flask works and how this thing, what do I mean? How Python does imports. Even SQL Alchemy has this thing. You will see it very soon. The function name here in URL4, you're asking for the function name. Same thing for about. I want the about route. However, I do not say about. I say give me the about underscore page. I say URL for about underscore page. In search, I say search page. If this had been called search route, I would have used search route. All right. So this is how this worked. Now, I restart my application. I come here. Wait. See, I have a nice application. I didn't do much. I just copied over a bunch of stuff. My application looks a lot better now. I have some project name. I have an about page. I have a search page. Now look, there's something different, by the way. I am not highlighting the page depending on what is clicked. That is something I will be saving for the end of this workshop. All right. But this is how I add Bootstrap. Now, all right. Yep. So I added something. Look at this. How did I fix this? And whoever asked me how to add a movie, I've added that page also. But first, let's see how I fixed this thing. All right. Remember, all of these applications. So there's a big difference. Some of you might have heard of something called React, and some of you might have not. That is fine. There is a big difference between frameworks like that and Flask. Flask, PHP, Django, Ruby for Rails for Ruby, and also any one of these other frameworks which have templating. They are called server-side server render templates. So all the templates, all of whatever is happening, you are seeing the entire change. What is happening from what is happening on the server side. All right. So if you come to the Flask app, you can do a lot of. So you know that you can call a Python function. By the way, this URL underscore for. Nobody has asked me this question. I was actually waiting for someone to ask me this. Where did it come from? So when Jinja is rendering this template, Flask adds a bunch of stuff here. When you say render template and you give it something. So remember I said render template has options and it says context. this context has some default stuff. In that default stuff, one of them is URL underscore for. So it is injected. URL underscore for is injected into the namespace of the application. Similarly, you have a bunch of other stuff that you can use. URL underscore for has nothing to do with Jinja. It came from Flask. But some things are from Jinja, like the if statement. Jinja has an if statement. You can actually say, now again, request.endpoint. Where did request come from? Request comes from this thing. 1 minute. So request is also injected into the namespace of the application. So how do I use this? What is this syntax? So the syntax is, this is a block. This starts in block. All right. In specific, this starts in if block. So when you want to inject the direct value, you use double curly brace. When you want to execute something, as in you want to call some Jinja keywords, you use this. So here we are using that. We are saying curly brace percentage if request.endpoint double equal to index. What does that mean? So in Bootstrap, when you want to make one of these as active, if this has to be active, what you have to do is look at this. You say inspect. It says class is equal to active. This is a list item. It is an unordered list. So Bootstrap is nothing but it adds some fancy stuff on top of existing HTML. That's all it does. So what it does is it takes a unordered list UL. In that it takes a specific item li, which is a list item. It adds a class called active. When you say active, this becomes the one which is highlighted. So if you click search, search became active. Okay. So when you click add movie, the other one became active. Wait, which one? Yeah. Add movie became active. Now back to my thing. So here, this is an if statement. I am saying if the request.endpoint, now I told you that we have Flask has injected an item called request into my namespace. To that, I have an attribute. An attribute is something belonging to a class. So request is a class. It has an attribute called endpoint. Remember, where have we used request before? We have used it here, request.args. We have used a different attribute, which was args here, arguments. So we are using endpoint here. So if request.endpoint double equal to is equal to index, if request.endpoint is equal to index, class is equal to active and endif. How does this work? So again, from the top, what happens is Jinja comes here line by line, it starts rendering. It comes to line 31. It reads here. Every time it renders a page, it reads this again. It executes all of this again. That's what rendering means. So it comes to line 31, reads the value of request.endpoint, and it sees what is contained in this value. It says, is it index? How do we know if it is index? So it comes here. How do we know what is the request.endpoint? That is exactly how Flask does routing. When Flask sends a request to the server, the request item knows the endpoint. The endpoint, even though it says add here, what it does is internally Flask gets the function name. So request.endpoint is again giving you the function name. So what it is saying is it is returning index. If it was on the index page, if it is on the home page, the home page is just slash or no slash. So that is the index. That because it is called the index, not because of some fancy this thing, but because I call the function index. That is the standard. So it sets the value active here. But now what happens if I click this? Notice every time I'm clicking this, requests are going again and again. It does not matter how many times I load the page, a new request is going to go. All right. So back to this. So what happened the second time? I came here, it checked, is request.index, is request.endpoint index? No. Then it just skips over this. It does not even read line 32. And there is no else if here. Jinja has an else if statement, but I did not use it. So there is no else if statement here. So it skips this entire thing. So what happens? It is as good as deleting this. That's it. All right. So now it came to this page. It came to the about page. If I click about, it came to the about page. Now it goes back and it checks the value of request.endpoint. Request.endpoint says, yes, my value is about underscore page. So it adds the attribute. So what happens then? it deletes line 36 and 38. So that's fine. I'll give you active. Now it has active. But then it comes here. It keeps continuing. It goes to line 39. It checks. Sorry, it goes to line 41. It checks. Are you search page? No, I'm not, because your request was about page. So it deletes this. It does the same for add movie. All of this. All right. So what it does is, what have we done here? I am comparing. I'm checking what is the endpoint. And if the endpoint is matching, I say it is active. If it is not, I don't say anything. I just say a lie. All right. So Abhishek, your question is not very clear. What is a function rater?
I didn't think so.
Your question is, so this time you're also comparing function rater than route. I did not understand. Is that a typo? Rather, sorry. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not comparing the function. So this is an attribute. I'm comparing the endpoint. I'm comparing the value of endpoint. I'm just checking if it is search page and doing. So if you get really good in Jinja, you could actually do this with a for loop. You don't need to do it this way. You can write a for loop within Jinja and actually do all of this. I did not want to do that because I didn't want to complicate all of this. All right, I'll show you a for loop later. But here I'm not going to use a for loop. So that is how I'm changing the CSS class. So this is why previously this was not working and now it is. Now I added a new page. I've added a new page and I will show you, I will spend some time explaining what that page does. How do we add a new page? Extremely easy. You just come here, you say add. I gave a route.add. Look at this now. This is something I skipped over a little earlier, which I'm coming to now. You can have, a request can have more than one mode. It can have more than one method. So if it is get, it will do this. If it is post, it will do this. If it is put, it will do this. If it is whatever else it is, it will do this. Remember, even if I say whatever else, it will only allow what is here. So obviously the last choice is delete. So if you look at combined route, that's what it will do. If you use this now, if you use this, run it, come to this thing. I'll give it 1 second. All right, clear HTTP get. It is called combined -example. What is this? Oh, I added a breakpoint. Sorry. All right. So it returned this. It returned some output. How did it get this? It came here. It saw that request.method is get and it returned whatever response was set to this. And at the end, I have a return statement. Now let's see if I try post. If I try this, okay, return post. So in post, ID is null. It didn't have any ID. It says I posted something and whatever. All right, it came here. It just returned this. Now I'll try a put. Same here. This worked. It returned this. And finally, delete. All right. Now, remember, even though I've shown you all the success true and all, you should be using the status code to actually tell whether it was successful or not. You should not be embedding the success of your operation within your output. That is why you have status codes. HTTP status codes have strong meaning. You should utilize them. All right. Now back to this thing. What the reason why I showed you this is add has two methods. One is a get and one is a post. That's all I have. I don't have a delete. I don't have update. I don't have any of that. Now let's just look at get. When you say request.method is request.method tells you what method it was. What was it that I passed here? I said HTTP delete, right? So it would have said delete here. So it comes here and it renders this template. Now what is this template? Sorry. What does this template do? This template is fairly simple. It uses base.html. It gives you a title and gives you a form. In this form, what does it have? So writing a form is fairly simple. You have to create it as a form. You have to say what method you want to use when you click the submit button. But you don't give the URL here. The reason you don't give the URL here is usually because whenever you design an application this way, the route is usually the same page as this thing. So add will post to add. I'll show you how that works in a bit. And all of this is pretty standard. You say role is form. So you don't need so much complication. All of this is because all this BTN and all of this is because of Bootstrap. BTN means it's a button. BTN primary means it's a primary button. Give it the color of a primary button. So all of this is that. So the important things to remember are these two things: the name and the ID. Forms are typically weird sometimes. My rule of thumb is always give a name and the ID for the field that you want to send, and you always set them to the same value. Usual rule of thumb. It prevents a lot of debugging. I'm pretty sure there are a lot of front-end gurus who are far better in this than I am, and they will tell you the right answer. However, this is just something I follow. What I do is I just set the name and the ID.
Name is better for passing it into the Ginger template.
Form, right?
Okay, like getting it from the, what do you call it?
API request.
Yeah, from the API request. But for setting styles, just the class is enough.
Yeah.
ID, I would give it a pass.
Yeah, ID is usually not required. That's what I've heard in several places.
Yep.
I don't specifically remember why I got into the habit of this. It's just some rule of thumb I follow blindly because I had some huge problems once. It's just probably me being bad at front end. I'm very horrible at front end, by the way, just saying. So back to this. What does this do? What does this give us? It gives us this page. What did I ask for? I gave it a H1 title. I gave it a label. I gave it an input box, some hint, and some placeholder text. All of this is here. There is a placeholder text. It says enter movie name. Oh, nice. So I found a shortcut. But I found so there is a label. The label says movie title, and there is some small help that at the bottom just says add any movie name. Okay. So what this does, what this does is very simple. If I type a movie here, let me type a movie. I have this movie. What happens when I click add? Easiest way to find out is constantly keep looking at this thing. There is a reason why I'm not showing you Chrome debuggers, by the way. Everybody has their browser choice, and I would prefer looking at logs inside Flask than looking inside this thing. The moment you click add, it sent a post command. It sent a post command to /add, and it returned a 200 response. All right. So what did that do? It sent a post command. It comes here. So the add route gets a post. What does it do? Does it come here? It comes here. It realizes that this is not true, so it exits this. It goes directly. It does not even read line 164. Directly jumps to 165. It says else, yes. What is the title? So this is where it reads the title. Title is equal to request.form.get of title. So that is why we added here the name, as Abhiram said. The name controls what this variable is called. So if I said title underscore X, it would have been title underscore X here. So request.form.get gets that data. So now how do I add it? Like I showed you before, movie is equal to movie, title is equal to title, db.session.add, db.session.commit. I create a response and I send this. All right. So technically speaking, you're not supposed to be using post for adding data. But again, like I said, all of that is very, very different. You should be using this thing. You should be using it separately. You should not be using it. All those standards you should actually spend some time learning. So that's how you learn how to build a REST API again. All right. Let me see how much I have in this module. I still have a lot in this module, but I'm at 6.3. No, we can. This is a logical stop for questions because the next one is going to rip this application apart.
Yes, please. Any questions? Please ask.
Hello, Vinay. Avinash here.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, some kind of generic question. So, for example, what are the development you're doing, right? You're doing the both front end and back end development in a single controller, but there is a
Yes.
other variation where the front end will be developed by a guy and back end will be developed
Yes.
by a guy, and then integration happens. So,
Yes.
which is the most common thing, and what is the thing you do on your production kind of work you do, right?
So
So,
I
which
am a
is
full
you
stack developer.
recommend?
So there is no one answer for this. So it depends on what kind of a job you have, what kind of a team you have. I am a full stack developer, so I usually do front end and back end myself.
And
But there are teams where both are done separately. There is no right answer here. It is up to the.
okay, it's not that this is the old way of doing, not the new way, not
No,
like
this
that.
is not the only way. There is no only way of doing things. Like remember,
Okay.
Flask does not force you to do anything anyway. You can also embed a React application inside Flask. You can have somebody else do everything. Your front end can be complete. You don't need to use Jinja templates. So when Abhiram asked me to do this tutorial, I was actually telling him I won't do the front end. But we decided to do the front end because people will be interested.
Yeah,
Okay.
for completeness sake, right? I mean, it's very,
Exactly.
I mean, it's satisfying for some people for a CLI interface, but it
Exactly.
is satisfying for
No, yeah.
everyone to see a UI.
Exactly. That's completely. I completely agree.
Okay, so what are the uh, uh, projects you involved, which is the production level? You are doing this kind of development where you do the rendering and backend computation, everything in a single controller. You do this
Yeah,
kind of.
I have done several like this.
Okay,
I
okay,
had to create. So right now I'm working on an application for application to basically visualize some data. So it uses something like Flask, not exactly Flask, and it builds the entire front end. I have a dashboard and everything. So
yeah,
I remember I told you that I had about 3 million rows of data. So I'm dealing with those 3 million rows of data and visualizing them.
But his question
So
is also from an architectural point of view.
yeah,
Like,
yeah. In general, not for Flask. Yeah, in general.
yeah,
in
art-
general, see, that's exactly where I'm going to come to with the next point. The next section of this workshop is about modularization and splitting everything up so that different people can work on different pieces of the application if required.
Okay.
Right now, it's all one massive chunk. Usually, see, it's dependent on the team size. Like I said, there's no answer for this. I cannot just give you an answer and say this is exactly what you should follow. No questions asked. Instead, what I would be saying is, depending on your team size, your application size, you should decide. Does your application need to be very complicated? If it is a very simple database front end, that is called a CRUD app. If it is a very simple application, usually you need two developers maximum, both of them working somehow. You can get it done. But if it is very complicated, I've seen applications where you have had 20 people writing the back end and 6 people writing the front end, and they're completely different projects.
Yeah, I'm talking about a case. For example, I mean, I'm not a front end guy, so I don't know much. So some people do the front end development in AngularJS kind of framework, right? Then they integrate with
Yes,
the backend
yes,
thing. So,
yes. What
so
happens then? You're asking.
yeah, that's what.
Good question. So what happens then is you will never use render template.
Okay, okay, yeah.
You will never use render template. What happens in an application is once you finish creating your application, you should not run Flask the way I have been showing you. You should not be doing Flask run or Python app.py. However, what you will be instead doing is you will be running it as a service. That service will be attached to a web server like Apache or Light HTTPD or Nginx or HA proxy. You will be running it with one of these services. And what those services will do is when somebody asks for a front end, when somebody says suppose you have something like bangpypers.com. When you reach bangpypers.com, they will not hit the Flask app directly. Instead, what will happen is in the middle, you will have another server. That server will be something like a traffic cop. It will be like a traffic policeman. What he will do is he will say, look, you're asking for the front end. You go here. It will tell you to go to somewhere else. What that somewhere else means is it will have a bunch of files which are written in AngularJS or React or Vue.js. They'll be kept somewhere. So usually, if you have ever done any of these things, they are already compiled files, so they don't change. So what happens is your web server will just say, "Hey, your front end is all here," but inside the front end, when you click a button, and select send a request to a URL, that request comes again to Nginx, and Nginx says, "Oh, you want an API? Okay, fine, you go here," and that will reach your Flask application.
Okay. And can
Right.
you, yeah, can I say, I mean, it may not be completely generic, but can I say, like, if you want a full rich UI with lot of features, go with the Angular JS kind of development, use the kind of, because that kind of, maybe it's difficult to do that in Flask, right? If you want to do that kind of rich UI in
No,
rendering thing.
remember what I said in the beginning. So Flask is very similar to how PHP is, and Facebook was written in PHP.
Okay.
How much more advanced an app are we going to build beyond Facebook?
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So a mild correction there. See, Facebook doesn't give much of an emphasis on UI. So if you're
Yeah,
looking for like very beautiful applications, there are other templates, there are other frameworks as well. Okay, Angular is a bit
exactly.
heavy. Okay, now it's a bit heavy. So now React is pretty good. Okay, in terms of both responsiveness
Yes,
and in terms of ease of development. The ease of learning is not that great. Okay, there's a sharp learning curve there, but if you know any one framework, you can pick up React as well, and that looks a lot more beautiful coupled with
yep,
Bootstrap 4 or some other CSS framework.
exactly. Or Material UI or whatever.
Material UI, that's it. So if you want aesthetics, look at CSS, and if you want like good business logic, you look at JS and other frameworks. Couple the two.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks.
Yep. So the entire objective of using Flask for beginners is that no JavaScript is intended. You can just go ahead and use Python-based syntax to get basic stuff. You do need JavaScript when you start writing a bigger app, even for Flask. You will need JavaScript, but usually not so much of this thing. So, yeah. So always so now I'm going to split an app which will actually show you something. When I start splitting the application, you will start seeing that between your service and the user, there will be a middleware. There should always be a middleware. The reason why is Flask is not meant to deploy things like this. The Flask run tool, if you have been noticing something, whenever you say Flask run, it says, okay, wait. If you say Flask run, look at that warning. What did it just tell you? This is a development server. Do not use it in a production deployment. It tells you upfront, do not use this for production. All right. When you run it with the VS Code debugger, it stops all of those commands. Now what am I going to do? I am going to split my application so that I can start adding middleware, because it's already very big. The application is so big and it is really, really difficult to scroll up and down. 176 lines might seem like a small file if you've been writing really, really big Python files, but it's not about the size of the file. It's about how much content is in this file. See, I have two class definitions here. I have some database definition here on all of this. So I don't want all of this. Instead, I want to split this file. So I'm going to go to the modularization 7.1. Okay. Now, if you see something app.py is deleted, there is no app.py anymore. There is no app.py. There is a new folder called workshop. All right. There's a new folder called config. There should be also a folder called instance. And you have all of this. How do I read this? What is this? So let's look. There is a new file called wsgi.py. The way you pronounce this is whiskey, like whiskey, but with a G. You pronounce this as whiskey. What this means is WSGI stands for Web Server Gateway Interface. The reason you write this file is because you're not going to use Flask to run it. However, you will hand this file over to something else. I'll tell you what that is towards the end of this entire workshop. You will hand this thing to something else which will run your application. Now, if you have come so far, you should also change your launch.json. In your launch.json, it said app.py. You should change it to wsgi.py if you want to use the Flask debugger. All right. What did I do? Where is this? Where is the app? If I come here, I see nothing. All I see are 7 lines. It says from workshop import create app. If you see this, it will say unresolved import workshop. What is this? Do not worry about this. Sometimes VS Code or your editors will not realize what you're trying to do. There is usually a configuration error within this. I know why this is happening, but I'll leave it like this. I don't want to confuse you guys. So now I'm importing something called create underscore app. I will cover logging, by the way. I am covering logging. So please keep, if you have questions, usually you should keep an eye on what I'm this thing. So you have a, if you go to the web page over here, you will see what my final this thing is. You will see that there is a logger. So I will be showing you how to log to a file. Okay. Come back to this. I'm saying from workshop, import create app. Use these imports just as is. I'll show you when to use relative imports versus absolute imports. So now I say app is equal to create app, and I'm passing something called config is equal to config.dev. I'll explain what all of these are. And there is a new block here which says if dunder name is equal to dunder main app.run. You do not need this. This is not at all required. This is only required because we are still using Flask run. Finally, for a production app, you should not be having lines 6 and 7. It is okay. Nothing will happen if you have it, because this is not going to be run the way you think it will be run. When you say app.run, it is using the Flask Flask server. All right. Now let's look at create underscore app. If everything works properly, you should be able to, wait a second. No. All right. Look at the workshop workshop folder. In the workshop folder, I'm saying from workshop import create app. The way Python imports work is very simple. From a folder, if you say import something, the first place it will look is this file, underscore underscore init underscore underscore .py. Now, when you come here, this is like an initializer again. This is a constructor for your module. Now in underscore underscore init underscore underscore .py, I am saying from .app import create app. What is this syntax? Usually we don't use this syntax. The reason we have this is because of this. It is, I'm saying in init, in this folder, in workshop folder, there is an app.py. From this app.py, import something called create underscore app. Import create underscore app. So what does that do? It comes to app.py. It starts reading it. It comes to line 8. At line 8, there is some function called create underscore app. I'm reading this now. What does this create underscore app do? It has something called config. It has something called config file. I don't know if I have to give these things, and it has some documentation. So create underscore app is a way. The create app function is something which is called an application factory. If you're from Java, you would have heard this word a lot, but in Python, you don't really hear the phrase factory. What a factory method does is it takes something, it takes some configuration and something, and it returns an assembled instance of an application. It returns an assembled instance of something, of an object. In this case, what does it do? It comes to create app. It checks if you have given it a config or a config file. And again, all of this is your standard app, by the way. Whatever you had in your app.py, I just pasted here. Most of it. Most of it. Not everything. I came here, I pasted most of it. But I have some additional lines. Look at these lines. These lines are completely new. What did I do? Here, I'm saying I want to configure my application. How am I configuring my application? I'm saying app.config dot from object. What is from dot object? From underscore object takes an importable Python config. What do I mean when I say importable? I mean you have to type it this way. It should not be a config file. It should be a config module. How does that even work? Come back up. You have your config folder. So in your config folder, I added an underscore underscore init empty file. Always add one. Then I added a base. Then I added a dev. Then I added a test. All right. Now look at base. What does base have? It has in all uppercase SQL Alchemy underscore database underscore URI. And it has a value. Again, it says SQL Alchemy underscore track underscore modifications is equal to false. This is something you will usually add to production applications by default. Look at the Flask SQL Alchemy documentation for more information on all of this. The reason you put it in a folder which is outside a workshop, by the way, it is outside is because your configuration should not conflict with your application. It bears repeating. Your configuration should not conflict with your application. What does that mean? It means that your application should be able to run with and it should not have a configuration tied down to it. You should be able to launch your application. It should fail. It can fail. There is nothing wrong in it. However, you should be able to assemble your application out of these pieces and easily get to a point where you can say, hey, this is my entire application. To run this, if you want to tweak something, this is where you put your configuration. All right. So that is why I'm saying here, app, create app, config is equal to config.dev. What this means is from the config module, load the development module. All right. All this has is debug is equal to true. Now let's go back to the WSGI file. That is why I have removed debug is equal to true here. I've removed debug is equal to true from app.run because I'm storing that as a configuration. I do not want it hard coded into my application. It should not be like if somebody needs to change your database location, they should not go and change your application source code. They should change the configuration file. Now back to the create app function. In the create app function, irrespective of whether they give a config or not, I set the base config. This is a practice I usually follow. This is a practice that is usually your. So one more thing is that your configurations here usually should not have a hard-coded database also. I put this here because I wanted you guys to use it, but usually what happens is instead of this, you will have this. This is an in-memory database. That means whatever you add to it or whatever you remove from it is going to go the moment your application is killed. Usually that is what will be there in base. That is what should be there in base. In development, usually you will say debug is equal to true. And if you want to, you can also add some debugging statements from SQL Alchemy. There are different things you should see. From test, there will be different things that you can add in test. I'm not covering test today. We will not have time for that. But it is very easy to read up on how to do tests for a Flask app. So back to my create app method. After I load my configuration, I'm checking if the config is provided. If the config is provided, I will load it. If the config is not provided, I ignore this line. That's all. I'm not doing anything with this for now. I will show you how to do this later. Now look at this. Where did my database go? I don't have a database here. I have some new lines which say from .models import db and db.init app. What is this? And even these lines. It's saying from model.users import user, from model.movies import movie. That's because I have a models file, a folder now. Look at the icon there. It knows that it is VS Code already knows what it is. So I come there. The moment I come there, I go to my dunder init always. Here I say from.db import db. What that means is from the file which is called db, import the db object. So here I finally create my database. I come here, I say from Flask SQL Alchemy, import SQL Alchemy. Remember, before what did it look like? If you go a few tags behind, let's say you go to 6.3 and you go to app.py, I had to set, remember, I had to set the configuration. I had to set the configuration myself. I had to say app.config is equal to this, and I said db SQL Alchemy app is equal to app. However, this is where you will start learning about Python's imports. You're not supposed to have an app here. You are creating a database without your app. It allows you to do this. That is because this function by default says app is equal to none. So I'm using that. I'm not attaching it to an application. All right. But when do I attach it to an application? I have created my database, but I want to attach it. Without an application, a database cannot run. A Flask database cannot run. So I come here, I say db.init_app, and I add the word app. I say use this application and attach it to yourself. This is how you do it. So this syntax is how a lot of Flask apps are designed. Flask extensions are supposed to be designed this way. The Flask documentation has instructions on how to write a Flask extension. You are supposed to provide a way to use init_app. So this is how this works. Now you have this. But what happened here? where are the definitions? You have to load the definitions into your current namespace. In line 23 and line 24, I'm saying from models, from movies. From users first, import user. So I get this here. How does it get DB here then? It gets it from this line, from .db import DB. It goes to this DB file, gets the DB, and it has this. Nothing else has changed. Same thing for movies. All right. Good question. What is instance relative config? So what is this? So do you see that there is a new folder called instance? What it means is I want my data. So there is a reason why this is a little darker gray and this is lighter. That is because the contents of the instance folder are not supposed to be in your Git. Your instance is attached to the running instance of your application. This is where you can keep the secrets for your application. You can keep your database password. SQLite has no password. However, Postgres, MySQL, Oracle DB, all of these have passwords. That is where you store your passwords. You are not supposed to commit passwords to Git. You are supposed to get your passwords during your execution time from somewhere. That somewhere depends upon your organization and how it wants to do deployments. And that is when you need to create an instance application and do this. There is another way of doing it, which I will show you later. Instance is one way of doing it. That is why I added this. So you can also load it from a file. So you can say app.config.from. See this? config_file. Okay. However, you say this and you say silent is equal to true, because I don't want to know if the file doesn't exist and all of that. I don't want to. Usually the better way of doing this is to check if the file exists. That is the best way. Import OS and you say if os.path.exists or is file config_file. Yes. You say this. All right. This is why you have the reason. Okay, so what does this mean? What this means is in your whiskey file, instead of saying config is equal to this, if I said config_file is equal to config, instead of saying dev, I say py. Where does it get this file from? Where does it look for this file? Does it look inside workshop? Does it look here? Or does it look inside your config? No. Instance relative config means I want my configuration to be kept in the relative to the instance folder. So instantly it will look inside. It will look only inside your instance folder for a file called config.py. And here you can have anything you want. SQL Alchemy _echo. You can say this. See, if you set SQL Alchemy _echo, what will happen is every time it does any database commands, it will output what it is running. So the moment you do this, I will rerun my application. And I will come here. I was hoping I could show you this. It says template not found home.html. What is this? It says my home page itself is not found. That is actually a good thing. It says I don't know where my templates are. We will be fixing this already. Oh. Let me rerun this. Yeah, sorry. It was running an older version of the application. But look at this. I have all of this. I have an add movie. Let me add a new movie. Go back to, not Postman. Go back to your server. Keep looking here. It says success is equal to true. It says this. It did not load your config. I think the keyword is different. It is not SQL Alchemy Echo, it is something else, I think. But remember, it is still able to access your work, your database file. How is it reading your database file? That is because it already has access to it. Because you configured it in your config file. You configured it in your base file. That is where it got it from.
Go back to the config
Right.
file.
Hmm?
Go back to the config file once again.
Yeah. Here. Is it called SQL Alchemy _ Echo or is it something else? Flask _ SQL Alchemy _ Echo, isn't it?
No, it is SQL Alchemy _ Echo only.
Yes, _ The docs are always your best friend. It should have put it to, let's see if this even loaded. By the way, this is one nice thing about using Python files for your config. The Python file has to run before it is even read. It is not reading it. I don't think it has read the config. It has not. One more way of testing this is actually using the Flask shell. Look at this, I'm not imported anymore. Some of the benefits of using folder structure this way is that you don't need to do imports. It actually lands you in a place where all your imports are actually done. If you say _ sorry. Is it local?
The flip side here is that Vinay already knows how to do it, so he can just use this to his advantage.
Yeah, you should not be using any of this stuff. Please don't use this.
Not to begin with.
No, where is Echo? Where is Echo? See, it is saying SQL Alchemy. This thing is false.
It's not picked.
That is because I think I messed up here. Should not. I don't need these lines.
There you go. Now is there?
Huh?
Yeah, it came.
Oh yeah, it is loaded. See, it is loaded. Yeah, this is always use this bit between that. I should not have done that. So Flask already does not load the file if it doesn't exist. That was me being over intelligent. Back to my app. Okay, so this answers your question, right? I was going to show you this later, but this is why you have instance relative config. It allows you to load a config file like this. One more thing, by the way, you have app.config.from. Look at this. This is actually how you're supposed to do a well-designed Flask app. So you say this. So what happens is, before you run your application, you should set an environment variable called workshop _cfg, which points to a configuration file. And then it will load that. And this is the order in which it should always load your configurations, by the way. You should load the base config all the time. Then if somebody has given you a config object, load that. If somebody has given you a config file, load that. If somebody has given you a config environment variable, load that. Then if you want to add further control, you can actually start looking at the environment variables, get individual things. You can override a config. So all of those are advanced stuff. You do not need to be worried about this. But this is, you can do all of this is in the Explore Flask book, by the way. You will learn all of these things from the book. Okay. So now I am back here. So how did it get these tables? It got these tables because it imported them. And now I started using all these routes normally. I have app.route. All of this is the same. Everything is the same. Then I have /add. /add is using it is using DB, it is using this. Why is it able to use all of this? It is because all these functions, remember my decorators tutorial, all of these functions are defined inside another function. And they have access to the namespace above. Does anybody know what all of this is called? So when you use a function inside a function, the inner function has access to the outer function. So this entire thing, whenever somebody asks you in an interview, is called closure. It is because the inner function is wrapped inside the closure of the outside function. So since you have all of that, you usually get access to all the names. It is like using global variables in some way. It is like using global variables. All right. So now back to this. This app works now. I'm able to add everything. I'm able to remove everything. This works fine. If it doesn't work, you might have to create the database again. Just say db.createAll. Okay. Yes. Okay. All that. Now look at my create app. What happened? What just happened here? Where is my app.route? All my app.route just vanished. Does this even work now? I come back here. I run my application. I go to this. It loads. It's loading just fine. I've removed all those config, by the way. I've removed the instance config. So it loads just fine. Everything works. Where did my routes go? I have a new line here. I have a line that says from.blueprints import core. What is this core? What did I do? What am I doing with this core? I come to line 29. I say register_blueprint and I give it a core object. Whatever this core object is, looks like it has something. Now look, I have a new folder in workshop. It says blueprints. It even has a fancy icon and this thing. Look at dunder init. Dunder init says from .core import core. Fine. I'll go to .core. In .core, I have something. What is this? I have a Flask import statement. I have blueprint, JSONify, render template, and request. Same as usual. I have something. I have core is equal to blueprint, dunder name, and I just said core. Fine. And look at this. I started saying core.route. All of these are my old routes. I started saying core.route about, core.route search, JSON example, post example, combined example, add. Looks like I have a lot of things which are related to my app. What did this just do? Sorry, what did this just do? A blueprint is a way of modularizing your Flask application. It is saying, okay, my create app functionality does not have all of your routes. Instead, what I'm doing is I'm taking all my app.route and putting it somewhere else. I'm loading all of this somewhere else so that I can load them whenever I want. This is what happens when, remember, you might have seen this. So you might have seen something like, you might have seen URLs which are, pi/p1. You might have seen applications which have this in them. They have API versioning. Why do they have versioning? It is because sometimes you have an API and you want to drastically change it. You do not remove version 1. You keep version 1 as it is. You add a deprecation notice. You add a 300 or something. You say we are going to go away sometime soon, but you still do it because you cannot just, if somebody is relying on your API, you cannot just remove it. You cannot just remove some endpoint. Instead, what you'll do is you'll keep this there, and then you will add a new blueprint. You will add a new blueprint saying from .blueprints import core 2, and then you say app.register blueprint core 2 URL underscore prefix. Is this the right keyword, by the way? Or is it prefix underscore URL?
That's correct.
Something. Yeah, API/v2/. So you can keep doing this. You can keep adding routes. Or you can say, this is my admin URL. So this is my admin. This is /admin. I have an admin route here. And this is my user route. And then I have one more route for just guests. So you can keep doing this. What this entire thing allows you to do is just turn your entire workflow into something that you can share with people. When you start adding blueprints, you can actually start sharing the work between people. So that's where blueprints help you. So now your Flask is slowly turning, your Flask app is slowly turning extremely modular. You seem to have a lot of files. If you just look at, let's see how many files we have. This result will be a little different than. This is a nice tool which allows you to do this. In a repo, if you typed OK, it just tells you how many things you have. So there are another command like this is CLOC, count lines of code. Toke is written in Rust. So what does this tell you? It tells you that you have a lot of CSS files, HTML files, JavaScript files, Markdown files, Python files. My most interesting thing is Python files. So how many Python files you have? I have 14 now. I had only 1 or 2 before. Now I had only 1 before. Now I have 14. And I have 461 lines of code. 216 lines of code split over 14 files. It might seem unnecessary, but when your application grows, trust me, there is nothing more important than having a modularized application. All right. So back to what we had. The blueprints follow the same exact syntax as your app. A blueprint, this core.route to core.route, you can call it whatever you want. Usually what I follow is I give this name and this name to be always the same as the file name. This is just some practice I follow. It does not need to be again. But I added all the routes. So if you check this out and try to run add, it will fail because of an import command failure. Because look here, I have started using movie, but nowhere have I imported movie. I have not imported movie here. I have not imported DB here, but we will fix that soon. All right. So now I will. All right. I fixed imports. How did I fix imports? Fairly simple. I went to the top of core.py and look at how I'm importing here. There is a difference. The difference I want you to notice is between how I treat. Let me put it here. Look at this import statement and look at these import statements. Why have I mixed these? The reason I mixed these is because when you're in the same folder, relative imports is a good idea. When you want to go up, when you want to go reach another folder in your application, absolute imports are a better idea. If you want to use relative imports or absolute imports all the time, it is always a good idea. Over is just too over-engineered in my opinion. A good mix of both is always recommended. All right. So I have imported from workshop because remember, where does core lie? It lies inside the blueprints folder. It does not lie inside this thing. So I do not have access. Treat your folders as if they do not have access to a folder which is above them. A folder will always have access to folders below them, but not above them. Treat it that way. That is the rule of thumb. Now you have your imports. These imports allow all your methods to work. All right. So now back to your application. So this will run. I have not added anything new, by the way. I have not started adding functionality. I've just been changing this so that it starts running. So that is that. Now back to my core. I will give you time for questions in a bit. Just that I think there is one last thing that everybody has been talking about that I'm going to answer in the next thing. All right, I am back to not core, sorry. App, I forgot what it was called, app.py. In app.py, now see this. I have added what everybody has been asking me for, line 31, 32, 33. What is this? This is the logger. Where have I gotten this logger? So what is a logger? If you're not used to using logging and you're used to seeing print statements everywhere, you should immediately stop and spend some time learning how to write a log file, learning how to use logger. The reason logger is better than a print statement is print statement cannot tell you when it was printed and what function it printed. You will have to add that information yourself. You can be overly smart like I was a few years ago, and you can write a new print function which has all of that information, and then somebody will tell you that a logger exists and you will learn this. That actually happened to me, by the way. I had a better print function somewhere which I kept using like a log function all the time. But back to my logger, back to logger. What does it do? From .logger. So I'm importing from here. From .logger import setup logging, and I'm passing the application object. There are several ways to do logging setup. This is not the best way. This is just one way. That's all. This is the simplest way I could think of. Everything else overly complicated it, in my opinion. So what does it do? I pass the application object. Once I pass the application object, I am accessing the logger for a Flask app. If you want to, at any point of time, if you want to log something in your Flask app, all you have to do is, if you're in app, if you have the app object, you can just say app.logger. But if you're using blueprints, what you need to do is you need to use something called current app, because you do not have access to app. So you have to say from Flask, import current app. What does current app do? Current app will always know where this thing is running and what is running it. So it will know what the application is. So this is the easiest way to do it. You say current app.logger.debug, and you say reach the index. Somebody reached the index. You can put some value in. Remember, don't use this for debugging so much, because you should be using your IDEs, debug tools. They're far better. But like I said, this is how I was doing debugging up to a few weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, actually. So back to logger. Yes, I started logging. How is my log even printing? How does, when you look at your Flask log, by the way, when you look at your Flask log, you get a whole bunch of things, and then you go to home. All right, you go to your home page. This is coming from somewhere. Where is this coming from? This is coming from Flask's default logger. Flask is saying, hey, you got this request. This is the time. This is the host who sent you this request. If you're working in a company and you run it on a server, you'll probably see your laptops, you host this thing, IP address. But look at this. I have something extra here. I have a nice date time. It even tells me milliseconds. And then it tells me that there is a debug. Where is it? In the core function, in the core module. And here it says reach the index. Where did this come from? Like I showed you before. Core. Go to core, and in core, in line 17, it used current app.logger, reach the index. But look at the format. The format is very different. The format for this is different from the format for this, because this is not the Flask logger. This is something that is sitting between Flask and your application. You might have seen this word somewhere and you did not understand what it was. The spelling for this is workzeg. So workzeg is a middleware. I don't know how to explain it in a very simple way, to be honest with you. Abhiram, you have any idea?
I explained it to myself a couple of years back. I'll think of it. I'll come back to this.
Yeah, if you know how to explain this, if somebody here knows how to explain workzeg, you're welcome to pitch in. So to be honest with you, I have not meddled with workzeg at all. I don't touch it. It is one of the internal dependencies. The one place where you will see it, the one place where you will have to deal with it is actually when you're logging, because there is a way on how Flask does logging and how it does. So look here. At the very bottom, you have this thing. So this library is actually pretty fun. It does a lot of the heavy lifting. It is part of the Flask module. So it does a lot of things for you. This is why Flask split up from Bottle, by the way, because Bottle was not production safe. Bottle is a nice hobby project. So back to logging. What does the function do? It gets the app.logger. See, I don't need to use current app here because I will directly pass the app. And it says logger.set level. What is this level? So a logger in Python has levels. What it means is you have six types of logging statements you can make. You have info, debug, warning, danger, exception, error. So error, yeah. You have all of these things. You have all of these kind of logging statements that you make. So usually you'll be saying logger.info, logger.debug and all that. But what do you want to show? Which of these do you want to show? In a production app, do you want to show your debug statements? No, you probably don't want to show your debug statements. You only want to show your warnings, or maybe only your exceptions, because then this log is actually collected and stored somewhere else. So if you're running it in Docker, Docker collects these logs. So back to your this thing. So I am setting the level. By default, it is safer to set not set. You will see everything. Not set is the base log level. You will start seeing all the logs. However, it is your responsibility to put this in your configuration. You should set. So that's what I did here. Look at this. I said app.config.get log_level, or use this. Where have I set the value? I go to config, I go to base. This is how you get the logging level. Log_level is equal to logging dot uppercase error. This is not a string. This is what is called an enum. Don't need to be bothered much about it, but it just resolves to an integer at the backend. So import logging and do this. Same thing for development. You can, in development, I said debug. I want to show only debug, and in test you can also show debug in test, I guess. That is up to you. So back here again. Oh wait, not here. The wrong file. Logger. Now your logger has all of this. Now what do I do with this? I set my log level either from my, like, again, it is a dictionary, so I use get. Either I get the log level value. If it is not there, I set not set. Now if I come to line 8, if the app has set a log file variable in your configuration, if there is a log_file variable, okay, then I want to use the log file. I want to log to a file, or else I don't want to do anything. So if it is none, if it is not none, do all of this. So I say log file is equal to app.config get log file. Now what is a handler? There are two things you need to understand. There is a logger. Every logger, think of a logger as a, how do I explain this without bringing in message queues?
Which one?
How do I explain logger without using the analogy of a message queue? PubSub. A logger has handlers. Handlers redirect.
See, I mean, if you put it in real world terms, if you are on WhatsApp, right, you're waiting for
Yes.
your WhatsApp is offline, okay, but someone has sent you a message. Those messages are out of their system and they are in a server. They're just waiting for you to come online, so that when you come online, it will be sent in sequence to you. They've not missed out any of the synchronicity of when it was sent, right?
Yeah.
So a logger is something similar to that. Now, Vinay.
Yeah, that sort of works, I guess, in a simple way. You will understand it better in time. What a logger does is, a logger will have handlers. So whenever you say app.logger.info, the logger can write that info to multiple destinations. You can write to a file and show it on screen, or you can write only to a file and not show anything on screen. You can send some statements to the file, some statements to the screen, or you can send everything to both places. So you can also write to a different place. If you have run in a production grade application and you had some Elasticsearch or something, you could possibly send your log to Elasticsearch. Every time you're logging, you can keep feeding it there. Or you might have also seen something fancy, like in Linux, you might have seen files where it says app.log.1, app.log.2, app.log.3. What does that mean? That is called a rotating file. What a rotating file is that it is a very good thing. Never set your logger to a normal file handler. Remember this. You will learn this the hard way. What happens if you set a log to a normal file is that file will never be deleted. It will be growing in size. One day, your server will suddenly shut down, and you'll try debugging what happened, and you'll realize that your log file is 5 terabyte large. That might happen. 1 year down the line, you'll suddenly see a 5 terabyte log file. So instead, what you should be doing is you should be using something called a rotating file handler. So one of the handlers Flask has by default is called a stream handler. What is a stream? A stream is this. This is your stream. Your console output is a stream. Flask by default has a stream handler. Whatever you put into logger, it will start vomiting outside here. However, I don't want to write here. I want to write it to a file, because I'm not going to be looking at my stream constantly when I'm running my application. My application will die. That output is gone. I instead want to see the output in a file. I want to look at a file. So I use a rotating file handler. What does a rotating file handler do? Let's say I call it workshop.log. It writes to this file. When the file reaches this size, max bytes, by default, max bytes is set to 1 MB. If it reaches 1 megabyte, what I'm doing is I'm taking the contents of the file and renaming it to workshop.log.1. And then I create a new log file. Now what happens if when the new log file becomes 1 MB? I rename .1 to .2 and I set this to .1. What happens when again? So it keeps happening. How many backups do I want? You need to set that also. Usually I set 10 backups. So I have 10 megabytes of logs. By the way, when it comes to a text file, 10 megabytes is a huge amount, by the way. You should have a huge, you'll have, I don't know how many lines that could be. You'll have a lot of lines. And some editors will not open really, really massive files. That is why you should learn Vim. Vim is excellent for reading through log files. Now, what is a formatter? I know what a handler is now. A handler tells my log where to go, but a formatter tells my log what it should look like. I want it to print ASCII time. I wanted to print the level name. What was the level? What is the level? The level is this. Was it info? Was it warning? What is it? Where has this come from? I want the module name. What is the module name? It is the name of the Python file. So if it is core.py, you will see core. That's why you saw core here. Debug in core. All right, debug in core. And then I want the message. The final thing is log the value, the text value that you passed. If you want to learn how to write this and what other features there are, just search for Python logging log formatting, or just search for Python logging. So you'll get nice tutorials on this. So a formatter, remember this, a formatter is attached to a handler and a handler is added to a logger. That is what is happening. All right. That was a bit much, but did that make sense?
I liked it.
Yes, you can use less workshop.log. Oh, you want to see that output?
No, I think more.
Yeah, I'll just show you the log output. See? Load all this. It also put my error, by the way. Whatever errors I had, whatever infos I had, all the time. And a nice editor will also put all this time properly for you.
Yeah, and if you set the IST properly, I mean, like if you set the time zone properly,
yes,
that will be good.
Oh, also, by the way, good point. When you're logging on servers, when you're writing any database times, always ensure that you use GMT, irrespective of where your server is. Wherever your server is, always prefer UTC now. UTC now means what is the time in GMT, because that will save your entire time zone headache, whether the server had been set up properly or not, all of that.
Yeah.
As far as distributed logging is concerned, you can, it is out of scope of this tutorial. That is a little too high level for most of the audience. But what, in short, what distributing logging does is you can put your log file somewhere and you can have something like a service like Splunk or whatever, which will read your logs and just put them somewhere. So instead of going SSHing into a server, because in many companies, remember, you're not allowed to SSH into a server. Your application is deployed automatically. You will not be able to reach your logs. Instead, you should be putting your logs to a distributed logging service, and the distributed logging service will allow you to do a query. Elasticsearch is one of them. You can use Logstash with Elasticsearch. That is why it is called ELK, Elasticsearch, Logstash, and Kibana. There is Sentry, yes. Sentry is an amazing tool, but it is not for logs. Many people think Sentry is for logs. No. Instead, Sentry is for your exceptions. Sentry is written by the guy who made Flask, by the way. Amazing tool. Sentry, a lot of Sentry is written in Rust and Python. But what Sentry does is anytime there is an exception, it pushes your exception to your Sentry's page. It is like a service. You can host it somewhere, and you will, instead of going to your log and reading this big traceback, this is called a traceback. So instead of reading all of this, you can read all of this in Sentry. Sentry will actually click. You can click and go to your source code. Really nice.
So it's helpful to think of the English meaning of sentry, right? Because it's a guardian. Okay, so if any error comes, it will just like reroute it to some other place, or it will tell you
So
immediately.
Watchman.
Just Watchman, yes.
So the guy who wrote Flask, Armin Ronakar, is very active on Twitter. He keeps tweeting a lot about Sentry and what it is doing. He doesn't do much Flask work these days. He has moved on. He spoke at PyCon 2 years ago. All right, now back to no, on this I don't want to see that. Okay, now we are entering the end game of this application. I'll be showing you how to design an API, how to load data into your application, because sometimes you can't keep adding one by one. You can't add movies. I want to add a bunch of movies into my application. How do I do that? And I'll also be showing you some extensions and how to make a nice page to see all the movies and everything. Finally, I'll be showing you a Docker file. So before we go there, we can either choose to take a break or ask questions, your wish.
Actually, I feel like we might be entering a saturation point in terms of content. So what we'll do is we will skip a couple of the last ones. Like you can choose which ones to skip.
Okay, then I'll show 8.2 and 8.3.
Sorry.
8.2 and 8.3 are very important. 8.2 teaches you how to. So you saw the command. People are.
Abhishek Mishra saying no. Okay, wait. We'll leave this up to popular. Who?
Isn't there a voting thing?
If you want the whole thing to go on, say no, like Abhishek. We still have only Abhishek's opinion. Come on, man.
Well, you can read through the entire source code, by the way.
Okay, cool. Actually, I think nice. Vinay, just go through the whole thing.
All right, cool. It should take another 40 minutes, I think. See,
it is saturated. 40 minutes. Okay, more than 5. Yeah.
No, it should not take more than 40 minutes. Not much lesser, actually.
Excellent.
I will be speeding through this. So 8.1 is not really a Git thing, even though it is a Git tag. Let me show you. The most important ones are 8.2 and 8.3. By the way, if you're interested, we can stop after that.
No. Just finish it. I feel like.
So what? Yes. So now you're designing this. You have this entire API and all of that. You have Postman. Postman allows you to make nice things like collections and all of that, and you can do this. But there is also another tool. That tool is called Stoplight. Stoplight is available for all of these. Wait a second. Where the hell did it go? Yes. I don't install my applications. I just always get binaries, by the way. Much easier than installing applications. I don't want any. So what is Stoplight? Stoplight is a nice tool to design applications. You can say my workshop app. And what this does is you can say I have an API I want to design. What is this API called? It is called Movies API. And this movie, all right, it adds a Movies API. I have a path. See, it has a local host and all of this. It has a path. When you come to the path, you can say here, you can say new path. So I say /movies.
The studio version is free, is it?
Yep, this is completely free, man. This thing is amazing.
Nice.
I will tell you what output it gives, by the way, but I'm pretty sure you can guess.
Do they make money off of the enterprise version then? Is there an enterprise version?
I don't know. I think so. I think this has training and stuff. So it has, by the way, it has a mock server, by the way. It will launch a mock server you can test. So I'm saying that I have a movies app. I have get, post, put, and patch. Wait. I don't want patch. I want delete. Get, post, put, delete for movies. And I can start adding sample body. I can add a body. I can tell that what is the kind of request it needs and what is the response it gets. And you can add status codes also. You can keep adding that. You'll get this status code if this happens. You'll get this status code if that happens. Before you even begin writing your first line of Flask, I recommend you open this tool. You design what your base application should look like, because this will get you. You can take this. So the output this gives you. There is a pretty standardized way of documenting and developing APIs. It is called Open API. So the output it gives you is a Swagger file. This is called a Swagger file. A Swagger file is a YAML file or an open API. It's an open API file which tells you that, okay, it has metadata, nothing else. It has some nice metadata. It tells you what is what and all of that. But it is your automatic documentation for your API. It gives you mock servers. You can just share this file with anybody and they will understand. Just with a little effort, they will understand what this is. This path, what does it offer? Because anyone, if you're dealing with an API, you can even define your models over here, by the way. I did not know that Swagger has definitions for like database schema. I can say I have a database called, I have this thing called movies. And in movies, what columns do I have? I have an ID and I have a column which says title. And ID is I can say an ID is a number and not a string. I can keep adding other stuff also. You can go as complicated as you want, and all of this will come out in your Swagger file. See here? It's pretty sweet actually. That's all for Stoplight Studio. I'm not taking a tutorial on this. I just wanted to share this with people because I found it really, really useful for my workflow when I'm designing APIs.
Oh, this is excellent. I learned this today now. Nice.
So this thing is nice. It has an amazing Mac app also. Just download that and just go all out. So here, all right, I've added a simple Swagger file. Usually Swagger files should be called swagger.yaml and put here. If you want this thing for Swagger, you can always type, see here, Swagger viewer. Click that. You can install a Swagger viewer. And what that gives you is you can actually start looking at your Swagger file and what it actually gives you. So that's a very, very open API used to be called Swagger, by the way. It's taking way too much time to install, but I don't need it. Back to my tutorial. What did I have? I don't want this. Back to my tutorial. So what did I do? Once again? Yes, adding data. So all this time we have been using this command, right? We've been using Flask run and Flask shell. If you type just Flask, you will see that it has some commands. Ignore this for now. Ignore this. You can say Flask routes. It will instantly tell you what all routes it has. That's a very nice tool in all of this. It tells you that it has this, and it also tells you what the route is called. Okay, it also tells you all. Oh, sorry. Damn. Okay, after I added blueprints, there was some important thing I forgot to tell you guys. That is regarding your template. If you go back to this, you need to modify this, by the way. Remember this used to say index and about underscore page and all of that? You need to modify this so that it actually uses this. Since you're using a blueprint, you're saying that I want a URL for workshop.blueprints.core.index. Or else it won't work. Index, it will say index is not found. It will say about page is not found. So now you're actually saying specifically, this is what I want. The way this works is like Flask import statement. Python import statement. From the workshop module, from blueprints, from the core module, get index, get about page, get all of that. All right. Thank God. Nice. So Flask routes tells you this, but I want to add a new command. I don't want to do Flask shell and load data. So instead, I'm going here. I created a file called data loader. I have a function called data loader. What it does is, it's just a simple thing. I open a CSV file. So this is how you read a CSV file. Dictreader will give you a CSV as a list of dictionaries. So for each row, I'm getting the movie name and I'm adding it directly to the database. I'm just adding it. I'm doing dbs.session.add. After all of the additions, I'm doing a commit. Now, where is this? Where is the file coming from? I need a file. So I've given you guys a file. I've just given you a simple one column CSV file. It just has titles. So how do I use that? Very simple. I do Flask cache data. How did this command come? So to see that, I have to go to my app.py. In my app.py, look at these lines. I have added a command. So this syntax is not Flask. It is another module called Click. Click is also made by the same guy who made Flask. Click is one of the best ways to make a CLI tool in Flask. The Flask's CLI is written in Click, so you're able to add commands. So you can just say at app.cli.command. You give a name here. Usually the rule of thumb is that you give the same name that you give your function, just instead of underscores put hyphens if you want. You don't need to give this. If you don't give this, the name of your command becomes this, load underscore data instead of load hyphen data. But again, like I said, explicit is better than implicit. And I want an argument. I want to give an argument called movies. Whatever this is, it will be the same variable name here. You cannot change this. So movies, and then I load the data. There is a function that I have written that I showed you. I say load data. And then my app logger says movies have been loaded from this file. Now, how do I use this? So if you look at your folder, if you look at your folder, you will see that I have created, the file is right here at the top level. So you can use that file, Flask cache data movies.csv. There is no cache underscore data, sorry. Load underscore data. A load hyphen data. Instantly loaded. How do you know if it is loaded? Simple. We say Flask shell. You don't need to make an import since we are using the, oh no, so you do need it in this case. From workshop, right? Workshop.models.movies, import movie. Let's see how many there are. Query.count. 52 movies. There are only 25. How did this happen? Because I've loaded it twice. So I did not write a command to see if the movie was already added. So if you look at this, it starts telling you all the movies that are there. It shows you some doubles. All right. So this is how you add a command. And you can add a command for anything. Sometimes there'll be some service maintenance that you want. Sometimes you want to bulk delete some rows. You can add some nice command instead of going to Flask shell. Because what will happen is if you use Flask shell, you will forget what your commands were. There'll be no record of your commands and you'll forget how to do it a second time. Instead, always do this and load your data from a CSV file or from any other file. All right. So this is one. Now the main thing that I want to show you. The last thing,
One thing is, I think you actually have 52 movies. The second
so
thing is,
No, 26. I added it twice.
I see. Okay. The second thing is, you can use click outside Flask as well. It's a tool worth using. Check it out, please. It's beautiful for creating.
If you learn Flask, by the way, it is very easy to learn click. Click should be written the same way you write Flask. Click is an amazing tool for writing CLIs. It is worth having its own. So this guy, Mitsuhiko, is Arman Ronaker. So he wrote click and Flask and a lot of other stuff. So click allows you to write a CLI just like this. You just write this, it gives you a nice CLI. Very, very powerful. It also has its reasons. There are alternatives. It tells you why you shouldn't use them and why you should use click. I'm biased heavily towards click and Flask, by the way, so I cannot answer those questions for you. Now let's go to the next. Now let's see what I did. This is a very important part of learning Flask. There is a new folder here. What is this folder? So now we have seen that adding data and removing data, all of this has become annoying. You have to keep adding it and you can't see to query it. You have to go to the CLI and query it. Now, if I want to remove this, I have to go and write delete commands. Very annoying. What if I had a UI that I could run to just go ahead and look at all of this? See this? I've added something new here. You click this, you come to a new application entirely. What is this application? It is completely white. It shows user and it shows movie. If you go to user, it shows that there is nothing here, but it shows something nice. You can actually start adding. I did not add any of this, by the way. This is an admin plugin for Flask. What it allows you to do is it allows you to actually modify and add this thing. There is a reason. So this is interesting, by the way, because I did not teach this to you guys. This session is unavailable because no secret key was set. set the secret key to something unique and secret. This is something very, very important. You should always set a config item called secret underscore key. Put this somewhere where it cannot be seen by others. It is an encryption key. How do you get the secret key? There are many ways. For the sake of this, all you can do is just type some random stuff in your config. Fair enough, but that is not how you should be doing it. You should be generating a UID. Someone said a UID? Oh, that's my dog saying hi, by the way. You should be generating a UID which is very strong. An SHA 512 sum or a 256 sum should be more than enough. It'll be a long string and people cannot break it. What a secret key is for is so that nobody can, how do I say this? Nobody can break the encryption of your application. Your application is production ready. Remember, do not put your secret key into source code, into your source code. Do not put your secret key into your config, which is in Git. Put it into your instance folder. Now let's restart this application. I'm back here. Now wait, now what? Is there something else? Oh, sorry, I'm not loading this config file, right? I removed that portion. So for temporarily, I'm going to put it into my base config. See, it did it. It sent a post command. Oh, it added it twice. It added twice. It had already added it, but it did not return the value because it was in a session. Do not worry about all of that. That's a little too complicated for this workshop. However, Flask admin is an amazing plugin which allows you to look at data which is already there, delete some stuff, and it has some nice, you can already sort by stuff. See, it already has, I want to delete this, I deleted it. I want to delete this, I deleted it. Really nice. You can delete in bulk also. You can select multiple of these and you say with selected, delete. That's it. It sends, remember, it sends a separate command for each. It sends separate commands for whenever I click something. When I click delete, it sends a new command. All right. Now back to how did I get this running? It's fairly simple. What do you have to do? You have to do 2 to 3 things. All Flask extensions more or less work the same. If you learn one, you probably know how to do the other. That's why I chose to show you this one thing. So go back to your everything. You go back to your app.py. Remember, when you're reading my source code from the master branch, always read the create app function. It tells you a lot. From the create app function, you should go to other places. So after load data, I have a new thing. I say from.extensions import admin. What is this admin? I go to extensions. I go to dunder init. Here, same as always, same as your db.py. I from .admin import admin. I have admin. What is this? I said from Flask underscore admin import capital A admin. Admin is equal to admin. The name is equal to Flask app. Template underscore mode is equal to Bootstrap 3. All of this you can read from the Flask admin. You just search for this. You will see the tutorial. You will see its documentation. But Flask admin will not work out of the box just like that. You need to add a template. The template you will need to add is called in Blue. Sorry, where? In templates, you will need to add this specific template. That's all. It's just 3 lines. It has to be in templates admin index.html. If you don't add this, the Flask admin page will not show. Just add this and it will show. All right. So this is how. And after you get that object, you have to add pages to show your user and your movie pages. So how do you add that? First, you init your app. Same way as you did DB, by the way. Look at how you did DB. DB underscore init app, db.init underscore app, same way with admin. And after you do this, you have to start. This import should have actually been after this. So you don't need that for this. After this, here, you're importing something called model view. And you're registering the model views. You're saying, I want to see the user view. I want to see the model view, movie view. Since I put it in this order, that is why you see it in this order. You see user and movie. If I switch these two, you will see them in that order. All right. This is how you register a Flask more extension. Now you have seen two extensions. Flask SQL Alchemy is one extension. Flask admin is another extension. The simple reason why I put SQL Alchemy in the model state folder is because it has its own files. So I always choose to segregate the database from the other extensions in a special manner. All right. There are other extensions like Flask Login. It allows you to create a login page. There is Flask Basic HTTP. It allows you to also set up basic auth. There is a way of logging into your page called basic auth. All right. So right now it is up to you guys. Do you want me to continue or I can stop here? I've shown you everything you need to know about Flask, more or less. So this should be enough to get you started. The rest of this tutorial.
So what we'll do is we'll wind up at 4. Okay. So for 10 more minutes, whatever you can add.
I'm done then. There's only one more thing. Then I'll be done in 10 minutes.
Oh, beautiful. Finish it off.
Finish it off. All right then. So I'm adding a new page. Right now, you have to go to Flask admin to see your movies download, right? But I don't want to do it there. I want to see it on my page. So get checkout 8.4. And in 8.4, what do you see? You run your app again.
I'm sorry for imposing the end limit. At your own pace, okay? Don't rush.
I'm not rushing. So go back to your Flask app. Look at your add movie page. Look at this. I can see all my movies here. All the movies that I've added, I can see. If I add a new movie, that will also come. Like, say I add something that is not here. I think Die Hard is not added. Whoa, what just happened? An exception happened. What is this? First of 404. It should not have been this actually. Okay, I'll fix this and commit it. This should not have been the case. This should have been the case. Wait a second. Okay. I'm doing something else. So I changed there is a reason why I did this. Sorry. There is a reason why I did that. See this? I am not in post. Yeah, I changed the entire method. I changed the entire method instead of, so I'm changing it to this. Instead of post, it should be put. Because logically speaking, a request should be put, not post. So if you go back here, if you go to your templates, if you go to your movies, I renamed add.html to movies.html, by the way, because it made more sense. Here, instead of post, change it to put. That's all. All right. So now if you run your application again, if you do this again, what happened? Wait, post. Why did it go to post again? Oh, wait. You have to refresh your page. Use Control R, by the way. Use Control R because I made a change to the template. So I say Die Hard, add. See that? It added it. It added it and it reloaded my page. So wait, if I reload my page, see here, it added it. I think it was already added. That's why I did not add it. It was already added. If I try Die Hard 2, let's see. Now 3. I add 3. Okay. Now what happened? Ew. Weird. It added this, but it did not render the update. Let me just check. Give me a moment. This is why I added Flask admin, by the way. I did not add it here. Why didn't it add? Does put behave differently?
Put returns nothing.
Put should not return anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
It should return a 2 not 1 if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah. Let me see. It is sending a get request. This is the problem. It's not sending a post request. It's sending a get request. It's not sending a put. It's sending a get.
Dude, it's sending a get for everything. Okay, like even if you do delete, right? It doesn't send a delete method.
You did it through Postman, is it?
No, I saw it here. When you were.
I didn't do a delete yet.
No, when you delete it from the admin also, it doesn't send a delete method. It does a post.
It did delete. But it sends a post. So the admin uses a post. That is a different thing.
Yeah.
I don't know how the admin works. Flask admin is completely different from my API. It runs its own API.
Okay, now you're doing it from your API.
Flask admin runs its own API.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't spend too much time looking into that. However, here, wait, method was put. Did I not update this? I saved it. So view page source. Put, correct? Oh, weird. Why does it do a get when I do put? See, I did this and it instantly went to the title, by the way. Do you see that? Is that a bug in Flask? Weird. It didn't even reach here. It is constantly going to get. It is constantly directly going here, by the way. And sure. Maybe I'm not supposed to send put with form data. I'm supposed to send put with something else. Let's try Postman. Body, form data. Yes. So, okay, my front-end skills are really bad. I got scared about my back-end skills for a moment there. You're not supposed to send put that way. But see here, you're supposed to send put with JavaScript. Yeah, HTML only does post and get. Thanks. I should change my form. Thanks, Madhu. I should have looked at that answer before. So yeah, you're supposed to use Ajax. You're supposed to use JavaScript. I'm not covering JavaScript in this, but your routes work through your API calls. All right. So here I've added 3 things. So this is usually when you have a REST API. Put is used to add something. Post is used to add. Post is used to remove. Why is this showing me? Return. Weird. Post is supposed to update, and delete is supposed to remove. Instead of all of these, you should be using status codes. I did not expect to be talking about status codes here. All right, I am done. Does anybody want to see a Docker file? It's 1 minute. I'll just show the Docker file. All right.
A lot of yeses.
All right, cool. The last thing is the Docker file. So for those who don't know, Docker is a way of, you see this entire problem of shipping code, right? You have to take your code, add a config and everything. So someone just had an idea of, before what used to happen was you used to have VMs, virtual machines. You would raise a virtual virtual machine request in your company. You get a virtual machine which is all your own. You run whatever you want on it, and that's it. You're happy to go. However, that does not work for very long. Instead, what happens is you will need to sort of, VMs take a lot of overhead. Every time you need a new VM, you need a new this. So some VMs, what happens is you'll get a tiny VM which doesn't have much power. But sometimes what happens is you'll get big VMs where you're running multiple applications and they conflict with each other. Docker is a way of solving that problem. The problem of shipping your application in a very simple way. It says what it says is, let's take your application, let's take the operating system, let's take a lot of the other stuff, package it into one nice deal and send it off. So it doesn't take the full operating system, by the way. It does a lot of things. This is not a Docker tutorial, but all you would want to do is you would want to use a tiny Python image. So the first line says, like how you have an import statement. It says from Python 3.7 Alpine. So don't worry about what that means. It just means you'll get a Docker image with Python 3.7 there. I am saying set the work directory to /Flask workshop. This is so inside Docker you'll be doing things that you never do on your laptop. In your laptop, like in mine, for example. 1 minute. In mine, for example, if you do ls/, you'll get all these folders. You should not be making any folder there. All right, this is like making your folders at C drive in Windows terms. So you should not be making it directly on C drive. You should maybe be making it somewhere else. Make a subfolder for yourself and make folders there. So in Linux terms, you should not be doing these things, but in Docker, all of this is fine for various reasons. So line 3 says work directory is /Flask-workshop. I want to copy my requirements.txt to this folder. There is a reason why I copy requirements.txt first. I will tell you later. Then I pip install whatever I have. I pip install requirements.txt. And then line 9, I install something new. I install something called Unicorn. Unicorn comes from a tool from Ruby called Unicorn. What Unicorn used to do is, Unicorn is the middleware that I was talking to you about. You should not be running your app directly. Instead, you should be running your app with something called a web server gateway interface. The file wsgi.py is not your web server gateway interface. It is the file your web server gateway interface needs. All right. So what it does is, it takes this file, it runs it for you. It does Flask run is never called. App.run is never called. Instead, your module is imported and somehow Unicorn goes through the entire trouble of running your application for you. Okay. Then line 11 is saying copy from everything from this folder. Dot means this folder to Flask workshop. It copies everything from the folder to the Flask workshop. Then you say expose 5000. I'll tell you why. Then line 15 is env Flask app is equal to wsgi.py. You're doing this because of line 16, because you're loading data, or else you don't need these two lines. Usually you don't do this, but here we have SQLite still, so I'm loading data. So to run load data, it needs to have Flask_app set, because otherwise the Flask command will not work properly. And then in line 18, cmd tells Docker what is the command it needs to run your application. Now, why did I put copy requirements.txt before line 11? So what Docker does is, Docker has a nice way of caching things. So line by line, it'll read whether the thing that is, every line, whatever it points to, if it has changed, it'll rerun that line. So you don't want to reinstall pip, you don't want to do a re-pip install every 5 minutes, every time you change your source code, which is why you do pip install much before copying your entire source folder. All right. So to build this, it is fairly simple. You say docker build -t is tag, you give a name, you say this. It is really fast because nothing has changed here. Nothing has changed. It has loaded data. It is 130 MB for various reasons, because I have a lot of modules, and also it is Python is not really a small language by any means. If this had been some Golang or something, you could have had tiny images, but unfortunately, this is what we have to live with. So you have that. How do you run this? You just say docker run and this. So it is running. Look at this, by the way. Everything seems to be coming 4 times. Why is this? Unicorn is amazing for a one goddamn reason. If you want to make your application faster, what do? Run it multiple times. That is all. Unicorn will take your application. -w4 means workers. It will run your application 4 times. But which one will it reach? Unicorn takes care of that. Whenever a request comes, a specific subset of these workers gets the request. Unicorn ensures that all these processes are kept separate. They are not overly, how shall I say this? They are not overly loaded. So that is why you have process IDs. Look at this, 7, 8, 9, 10. If you run this locally, by the way, you will not get 7, 8, 9, 10. You will get different PIDs. You will get some 62,000 or something. In a Docker image, nothing is running, so that is the thing you get. So if you go to, actually, if you go to localhost, this should work. See? This works. So this is running off your Docker image, and all of this is coming here. It is coming directly here. And now look at your logger. Something new has appeared. 1. What is this 1? If you go back to your logger, where's my logger? If you go back to your logger, you will see that there is a, it starts outputting all of your, what do I say this? Okay, I didn't configure it. Flask, Unicorn does it itself. Unicorn takes the Flask logger and adds additional stuff. It starts adding all the, oh, it didn't add it to mine. It added it to itself. So this is the process ID. The overall process ID, which is 1. And internally, there are other process IDs, which are 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Great. We are done. I have, Madhu says his Flask app is 780 MB. That is because you might have probably done this. You may have in your Docker image, if you remove this word and rebuild, even this will become 700 MB because it will get Ubuntu. Otherwise, always use Alpine unless you know what you're doing. So when you're in a company, make your own Docker images. Do not use a Docker image somebody else gave. Do not even use Alpine. Ask your company what is their approved the image. Just get one base image for that and then add to it.
Hey, Vinay, do you know any application that will profile the size of each component inside the Docker image?
What do you mean?
Like, see, if his is taking 780 MB, yours is taking 130 MB, is there anything?
Oh, that he has to just check his build this thing, build context. There is a way of doing it. I don't remember. There is my friend still in this call. One of my colleagues is a Docker expert. He joined, but he left, I think.
Okay.
Okay,
not a problem.
But yeah,
I suppose
you can Google for that. I'm not an expert on that.
Yeah. Anyway,
so
again,
yes.
Yeah. So any parting questions before we wind up?
Actually, wait. I'll before people can start asking questions, I'll actually tell you where you can find what. Come down to your to the free resources.
We'll have you talk about
Flask documentation will tell you. Yeah, Flask documentation is going to tell you where I got all the idea for the create app. If you go to the if you go to exploreflask.com, it'll tell you how my configuration is why my configuration is like this. So if you go to configuration, it'll actually tell you how to structure configuration, all of this. It starts off, it does what I'm doing. It starts you with a simple case. It takes you to an advanced case. See here, it starts saying instance config.py. Then it starts saying all of these things. Look at this. It has API keys and all of this. It tells you where to put what. So exploreflask.com is one of the best places to read about all of this. So it also shows you how to do all of this. Now, if it says if you want advanced stuff for routing and all of that, this teaches you all of this. If you want to organize your project, it tells you how to organize your project or what level of organization you need for different sizes of applications, and also tells you how to handle forms, how to handle data, how to store static files, templates, and all of that. It also has a very nice primer on Jinja. So it teaches you how to do all of that. So exploreflask.com is your friend for all of these things. But when you want a little more, always ensure master. So where was I? Yeah, way down. The Flask mega tutorial is definitely what you should do first, then explore Flask. If you're new to Python, this is the best book on Python that you can find for newcomers.
Vinay,
And then,
is this already ordered in order of like
more or less, yeah.
Would recommend first to last?
This is something that came in between, but yeah, I am assuming you know Python.
That
if you
is
came
first. Yeah, that should be first
Yeah.
in terms
That
of.
should be first. Yeah, we can move that to first.
That's all right. Yeah. Cool.
So
Yeah, please.
more or less, this is the order. So I recommend, usually I tell people start with Flask SQL Alchemy. When you start getting confused, go through this. I cannot repeat this enough. Please read the Postgres SQL documentation, even if you never use Postgres in your life. It will save your life so many times. And then there is Postman, Stoplight, HTTP, and then there is also the real Python tutorials on decorators and virtual environments. These are not that important, but they are really, really nice. All right. Wait, Flask run and Python app.py, there is not much of a difference, except that Python app.py does not use the debugger as much. It does not use your environment variables so much. But Flask run will use your environment variables. Any other questions? How much time it took to prepare this workshop? So after this, the first thing I'm going to do is take a nap, by the way. I've already told my folks I'm not I'm not going to be available after this. So I started committing I was supposed to do it longer. Abhiram kept asking me. I kept pushing it. So I started at around 7 o'clock yesterday in the evening. And this entire workshop was ready at 4 a.m. or something in the morning.
Yeah, you need some sleep.
Yeah.
But again, thank you all for being here, and thank you, Vinay, so much for like with all the energy that you have presented. That level did not reduce at all. So if we can all just like unmute ourselves and just clap once, that will be cool. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, I don't think that works very well. We tried that in my organization before. Hey. Thanks.
Again, thank you all for attending. As for where you can get all of this, I will send out the links to
the video and all of that.
So I'll send out the links to the repository, the code, the recording, and where you can contact Vinay. All of that I'll send it out in a mail, and I'll also put it on the meetup.com's page. So
I will also add the YouTube URL up top over here, so people can just click that directly from the repo.
Excellent. Madhu, his dog's name is Subbi.
It's Subbalakshmi.
Yeah.
Yep. It is. Everybody asks me this question.
And
she was very nosy. She was very, very nosy the first day we got her. I have wait. I don't know how much of this thing. Oh, that's nice.
What happened?
Madhu's pet used to be called Subbi, it seems. Right, let me see if this opens.
You renamed the pup. How does it work in training?
What? You rename? How do you rename a pet?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. I got the context now. That was insensitive. Sorry. Oops.
I'm trying to find a nice photo.
Yeah, put it up on the repo.
Haha, yeah, I'll try it. I'll do that.
Cool.
Put it up on the.
So I think we'll close the session. And again, thank you all so much. Yeah, I'll post out everything. Thanks again, Vinay.
Yeah, thanks, man. Hope all the recording came through. Thanks, guys.
No, it's complete. It's completely there.
Nice, great. All right, bye bye.
Bye bye. Thank you. Yeah, I'll yeah.